Welcome everyone to the broadcast of the official play-in tournament of the FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. I'm International Master Anna Rudolph, and I am joined by the one and only Grandmaster David Howell. David, this is it. There's a World Championship coming up next month for freestyle, and today and tomorrow, one player will still make it to this elite field. How do you feel about what we have in our hands?
Yeah, I'm so excited. It might not be Friday, but it is time for freestyle, and the fact that there's a world championship coming up next is just the cherry on the cake. 2025 was fantastic. The Freestyle Grand Slam Tour was a lot of fun to be a part of. We saw some crazy games. It was the year of Aronian, the year of Magnus, of course, and this is just the build-up to that big climax. But today I'm looking forward to some fun, fast, friendly chess.
Fast and friendly? We'll see how friendly, because we do have a very competitive format, isn't it? The Swiss stage that we have today consists of 9 rounds with a time control of 10 minutes and 2-second increment per move, and only the top 4 of the field will make it to tomorrow. David, how cruel is that? How cruel!
Exactly. It's it's a format the players are getting used to now. There's a lot of events, I guess, like this, Freestyle Friday, Title Tuesday, and others now. But it is heartbreaking to see so many players miss out. It's only going to be those lucky top 4 who advance to tomorrow. Only going to be one to make it through to that World Championship. And probably it's going to be a field of hundreds, Anna. So many strong players in the mix, but only the cream will rise to that top.
Only the cream indeed, and the prize fund is also pretty substantial for our event here between today and tomorrow. First prize is $1,000, total prize fund of $5,000. But of course, that first prize is not only the money prize, but the qualification to the Freestyle World Championship next month. And as you mentioned, David, the field will be spectacular. We are still waiting to hear about all the players confirmed, but we have seen a lot of the top players booting up their PCs, getting ready for today's play-in, and some of your top favorite creators will be in the field as well. David, any predictions? What do you think we're gonna see today? And when it comes to freestyle, how much do you think it matters how these players weigh in traditional classical chess when it comes to ratings?
Yeah, it's tricky. There's always some surprises in freestyle chess. Of course, Magnus is the king of that, but he's the king of all formats. I think other than him, it's very open. I would say there's going to be players between maybe world number 5 and world number 50 who could all very well just make it and kind of go on these big long winning streaks. It's going to favor the more creative players, and the time control is quite fast with minimal increments. So I think it's going to be maybe favoring the younger players as well, Anna, since it is so many rounds today. How about yourself? Who are you looking forward to watching?
I think you nailed it. And as you mentioned, the younger players, I see some of the players already confirmed, including Nodirbek Abdusattorov, very familiar with the freestyle events. Jeffrey Zhang is in the field as well. Alexander Bortnik, Alexei Sarana, Sam Savian. Oh gosh, then the list keeps going. This is going to be an incredibly difficult but also very fun event to cover, and we will have a position reveal in just under 1 minute and 20 seconds, because every round, as we know with freestyle, there is going to be a new starting position, except for the traditional one that's out of the 959 possible starting positions today.
Exactly. We've all spent too much time in our lives studying position 518, the standard start position in chess. So we've thrown that away. And this is nice for the players, I think, Anna. They'll feel liberated. They haven't had to prepare specifically for any openings. They're just gonna see the position, totally fresh eyes, and hope that they're in form.
They will exactly do that. And I did want to ask you, David, since you have been one of the main commentators for the freestyle events, what is it like for the players when they see the position and they have a couple of minutes to reflect on it? What's the thought process like? What do you think?
Yeah, it tends to go one of two ways. Either the players are just super stressed and they get kind of into focus mode immediately. It's like, oh God, what do I do here? What do I do on my first few moves? Or in the case of Levon Aronian, for example, there's this childlike joy just appearing on their face. They're like, oh, wow, I'm an artist and this is my canvas. I can do anything I want. So, I think it's going to favor those who really embrace the fact that they are kind of walking in these murky waters. And looks like position number 1 has been revealed, Anna.
Oh, let's have a look. What do we have here with the king on d1? And oh gosh, we have a bishop in the corner. The other corner is occupied by the queen. Castling is possible always on both flanks. That's why the rooks are on each side of the board. And goodness me, we also have some of the players confirmed. David, what do you think of the position and the list of players that you see there?
I think the position is difficult for the players. List of players, very strong, but it's not going to be easy to find the most accurate moves. We already see a question mark, for example, on Black's first move, which is wild. I don't think it's a losing blunder. Doesn't hang a pawn, but probably doesn't help activate these 2 pieces in the corner that you mentioned. But Anna, especially when there's knights in the center kind of fighting for squares, especially when there's pieces on the long diagonal, often is a lot of room for creativity.
And that's what we probably will see here. It's crazy for me always to see how in freestyle you can make a mistake as early as move 1. And that was a question mark, the pawn push in front of the black king. Now black follows up with the opening of the bishop's diagonal. Makes sense, so that it makes it harder for white to open up that same diagonal.
Yeah, and we start a game where Salem Saleh is playing from the black side, a very strong grandmaster from the UAE. So I'm not going to fault his moves too much. But of course, he's just one of many, many strong players. He'll start as the favorite. But it looks like some clashes are already grandmaster on grandmaster, Anna. Looking on the top row, Fedoseev against Jeffrey Zhong is already a clash of big names. Super strong field here, it looks like we have in front of us.
Very strong field, and it's also just such a beautiful view with the colorful boards and who had what kind of approach to the same starting position. We don't see any identical games. It just goes to show how rich this position and every position is, and how many different ways in which you can develop your pieces in the first moves. Where should we start, David? Any game in particular that calls your attention?
Yeah, I was looking on the bottom row, and Sam Sevian looks to be in quite a lot of trouble with the white pieces, and they've only reached move 10.
Ooh. Oh, let's just check in with what happened there, and how is Sam's king getting into sort of a trouble? Things are happening so fast, I don't think we have time to go through how they got here, but the current position is looking really scary for that white king on d1, getting a check now with the knight on e3. Ooh.
Exactly. Have they realized that this is 10-minute chess? It's not Tidal Tuesday. It's not 3:00 Thursday. Like, they have some time on the clock, but they've been racing as if it's a bullet game. And I think the reason white is in trouble is because of the queen. The queen is still not in the game. She's boxed in. If black can somehow crack open the center, either with d6 or maybe even open up this bishop in the corner with moves like g4, I think it would have been a fantastic position for black. But okay, there's still a lot of life. It's still level material, and suddenly an only move appears. It's a double attack, Anna, hitting the pawn and hitting this knight.
Oof, I think based on those tactical patterns, black will find the move that the blue arrow is suggesting. Any other move would worsen black's position. And as I said it, I jinxed it, and black does not find the critical move. Now white is back in the game, and not just back in the game. White is better. Maybe white will have now the winning chances after king to f2. Chasing that knight away, the pawn on d7 is still hanging and is now captured. What a crazy game.
This is wild. I have a feeling it's going to get crazier. Wow. This is a trap. Rook takes knight now. This is a brilliant move even. That would allow a nasty check on the back rank. Black would be winning. White would be winning the, some material, maybe even the black queen. Wow.
Yeah, black would have to drop back to the back rank with the bishop to prevent the loss of the queen, but then the other bishop is hanging in the corner. Beautiful tactical pattern. This is something that probably black missed when they have played rook to d8. Now white is, again, more than back in the game. A game that started with Sam Sevian being in trouble now is looking really promising for white here.
Yeah, that tends to happen when it's these super strong grandmasters. Sam has had a bit of a breakthrough year. He's crossed 2,700. He's been playing really well. And yeah, I'm surprised he's playing so quickly still. But it does look like it's turned around. Not just the white queen, but the black queen. That's the big problem right now. Both sides need moves to get their queens in the game. They've forgotten rule 1 of freestyle chess: activate those queens early. It's like the opposite of normal chess, but they've neglected that rule.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case, and now it is going to be white who can. Still waiting with the queen move, but at least the white queen can slide over to the queen side, while the black queen will struggle a lot to get out of the corner, and you cannot play with a queen down.
Exactly. Black's already a pawn down, a pawn and a queen down, pretty much. This is not looking good suddenly. This is a sacrifice, I guess. If the pawn is taken, there will be some trades. And like you said, Anna, the queen's going to come with gain of tempo. Any check is just checkmate already on the black king. Not looking good for Pranit here. Yeah, Sam Sevian's going to win this game.
Yeah, not looking good at all. Some of the players already have finished their games, including Alexander Grishuk, who won. As you can see, our standings on the left side of the screen. Maybe we could go back to the bird's eye view and see some of the other ongoing games. And what else do we have here in round 1 of the play-in?
Oh, some very interesting positions. And like you said earlier, Anna, there's literally no symmetry. Every board looks totally different, which is quite rare. Normally players, they see 2 or 3 patterns and they all go for it. In freestyle chess, they want to make positions as normal as possible, but it feels like everyone's embracing the chaos. I'm not sure where to jump. We have Esipenko, a candidate that's in the bottom right of our screens. Bortnik is on the top of the screen there with the green board. I'll let you pick this time, Anna. I'm indecisive. Every single board we see in front of us looks fun.
I don't even know where to start, but when I see the evaluation bar showing this much advantage for white on our top board, maybe we could just check back in with that position. And why is black in immediate trouble? It looks like decisive advantage for white.
Yeah, I think it's multiple factors. There's the bishop pair, mainly the light squares, which are dominated by white right now. There's pressure on this knight, which means the black king can not castle in the near future. The queen, again, white's queen with access, black's queen stuck in the corner. Not just that, but Anna, anyone who watched Freestyle Chess last year will know that I'm like a broken record. All I talk about is Connect 4. And normally in Freestyle Chess, if you can get it, it's just super strong. I don't know what it is. It's just a pattern. Anytime you get that, it's an auto win almost.
So white got the Connect 4 and therefore the position is winning. No other factors needed.
Exactly. I mean, the bishop pair maybe is the most likely reason for this to be winning. The light square control, but yeah, the connect.
And again, the queen that you mentioned, David, the white queen is able to get activated, go all the way to the central squares, while the black queen is still struggling in the corner. It seems to be a huge factor, as you have mentioned, whether players get to activate their queen early in these freestyle positions or not.
Yeah, and Salem, he's a really good attacking dynamic player. I think b5, he wants to play moves like c4 and create some counterplay, but I don't see it. He's just purely on the defensive. Maybe at some point as well, he wants to use this square for a knight. That's why white's played a4 to meet that with pawn to a5. Black therefore is forced to make a capture. And now the question is whether to go back and take this pawn or whether there's something even stronger for white. Already looks like there's some sacrifices, like bishop takes d7, knight c5, queen d5, but no, he's going to play it safe. And okay, it looks like maybe a big upset here on our top board.
Yeah, this is quite a rating difference. 300 rating points in favor of Saleh Salem, who is in trouble here with the black pieces. Could be one of the biggest upsets of the round. Of course, this is freestyle and it's rapid chess, but still, it matters. It does count how the players fare in traditional chess. And this is looking like a big upset so far. If we go back to the bird's eye view, I do see another one of the favorites, Denis Lazovic, who is already in the finals for our speed chess tournament coming up in London next month. He seems to be getting into trouble too with the white pieces on board 2.
Yeah, it's the same pattern in all of these games. It's all about the queens. Like white's queen, again, looks a bit silly. She's stuck on the edge of the board, purely in a defensive position on h3. Since the black knight keeps it kind of caged, there's pressure on the h4 square. White has a really bad queen. White has a bad knight in h2. Black's queen, black's knights, they're all beautiful on outposts pretty much. Anna, this is a strategic advantage, but it looks like a long-lasting one, and Denis Lazovic in big trouble.
Yeah, it is just looking such a dominant position from Black's perspective with the space advantage, the activity of the pieces, and White unfortunately cannot do much to get out of this. Such a sad knight on h2, the queen struggling at the edge of the board, and you can't really create any threats, which is a big problem. How do you create counter chances if there's nothing you can attack?
Yeah, he's got to, I guess, slowly work his way out. Maybe the knight will drop back to f1. He'll try and play knight to g3 to trade off a set of knights, activate the queen somehow. But it's so slow. Denis is a very resourceful player, though. He's great as a defender, so I'm not going to rule him out. I think he's definitely on the back foot. The clock time, though, is in his favor here. Black has spent a lot of time, under 4 minutes now. Oh, this is definitely one to watch as we enter the critical phase of most of the games.
Yeah, and this could be another upset. It's looking like it's not that easy for the favorites to prove why they are the favorites when it comes to freestyle chess, and the rapid time control as well. 10 minutes with a 2-second increment is our time control for today. There's another funky position where there's a pawn. Never mind, it's gone already. But I was going to say Jeffrey Zhang's position was also looking quite peculiar as well. There's so much going on. I think if we bring back our bird's eye view, is probably our best chance at taking in all the action at once, as chaotic as it is. But it's also the beauty of freestyle chess. There is a lot of mess on a lot of boards all at once.
Yeah, and maybe just before it disappears, we'll jump into Nodibek Abdusattorov, one of the kind of hottest players of the moment. He almost became World Blitz champion, of course, recently. He's about to win his game, Anna. This one, at least we can make some sense of the madness here. It's just a simple fork with the pawns.
Yeah.
He looks really locked in, Nodibek, and he has a choice of which piece to take. He gets the bishop. And yeah, it's level material now. He did actually sacrifice earlier, but it's just about the power of the rooks, the power of this pin. And it looks like White's almost paralyzed now.
It does feel like it, and Black is not in a hurry to capture that rook. As you have pointed out, that's a pin where White's pieces are tied down. Knight to f5 with the threat of a potential knight h4 to open up the g file and win the queen is a brilliant tactical pattern.
Oof. It's unstoppable. Like, there's literally no way to stop knight h4. You can almost pre-move it. Maybe g4, you don't pre-move knight h4, but anything else, you pretty much play this move and you win the rook and cash in. Black's queen hasn't activated, but this is like the exception. She's ready to come in if she needs to.
Goodness me. Yeah, the beauty of this position with the pins across the diagonal, across the g file, the knight coming to h4. Maybe one of the only ways to prevent that knight jump is to move the white queen onto the h file, but that looks also quite sad. Everything is troublesome here for White.
Yeah, queen h3. You called it. Had to get the queen out of the way. Queen h3 was probably the best way, as you mentioned. But the black queen finally enters the battle. White's the exchange down and facing an attack. Facing a checkmate threat. Oh, that looks like the decider there. That is the final blow.
There is no defense. If the bishop moves away, that only just prolongs the suffering. One more move, the king will get checkmated after queen h1 and queen to g2. Once the king is on f2, there's nowhere to run.
Yep, and there we go. I think we're going to get a result. Nodibek looks very confident, and he gets the win. Probably one of the favorites, Anna, heading into this whole play-in to make it to Weissenhaus.
Yes, and he does have quite some experience with the freestyle format, so I do think that helps. And he, of course, has been doing extremely well at the World Blitz Championship, as well as you mentioned, and throughout the entire year of 2025. So one of the top favorites for sure, starting out well. I think have seen many games, but there's still a handful where it's not yet clarified who is going to take the full point. We saw already Denis Lazovic being in trouble, so that is looking like a win for Enriquez. But we could check in with some of the other games, maybe Indic against Bortnik on board 3.
Let's do that. This is definitely the most packed board at this late stage of the round. Only one set of pawns have been traded each. but white has a big advantage. And Anna, despite the queen placement, again, it feels like white has full control. Rook on the 7th rank. Maybe at some point there'll be some sacrifices to break open the queen, but it's just too much pressure. And Bortnik, look at the clock situation. That is so low. 30 seconds against nearly 6 minutes. That's terminal.
Very much of a handicap with only a 10-second increment. So the position is better for white. The time management has also been better for white. Bortnik seems to be in trouble. One of those games again where the higher rated player is not able to prove why they are the higher rated player. Threatening now knight fork that you are highlighting, and the pawn is hanging too. This is looking very difficult for Bortnik to get out of all the threats. He moves his king so that knight g6 doesn't win the queen. The pawn can be picked up, but it also feels like it's not even something that white needs to hurry with, because how do you protect that pawn other than like the knight coming to g7 or knight f6? White doesn't care about the pawn, it seems.
I don't really understand what king to g1 does, but I'll trust white here. He is the European champion, and it just feels like black has no good productive moves, so probably you can take your time with white. You might not want to take forever though, especially if black can somehow, I don't know, improve this knight on b6. Like, I don't really see it. Like, I'm struggling just as much as Bortnik here to find good moves. But this game, it's probably going to go on for a while, Anna, but white is a heavy favorite.
Very much so. With the space advantage and the domination of the white pieces, it's really difficult for black to create any threats or any chances. Very tough one also with the time situation, adding to the list of problems for black here.
Yeah. I think he should have taken on h5 though. That was a free pawn.
Now I'm like, maybe it was just okay instead of king g1. But it does feel like Injic just trusts his positional advantage, doesn't mind that it's equal material. Now going to grab the b4 pawn as well. So it finally is material advantage, and he's going back to the a5 with his rook.
Yeah, it's looking very good for him. Let's jump over to another game. It was one we left a lot earlier. It looks like Sam Sevian, I jinxed him. I said he was going to win, but it has turned around.
Oh no. It was going to be checkmate on g2, or if queen f2, then pawn to g3 picks up the queen.
Painful for Sam Sevian. It turned around on a big sacrifice earlier. That queen I was talking about in the corner from h8 got to e5, got to a1, and she entered the game finally. Too late, but she decided it. And let's zoom out to another game. I'm going to take us over to Jeffrey Zhong against Fedoseev, two really well-known players. And a calmer game, Anna. But I saw the eval bar. Jeffrey Zhong is up a pawn.
Up a pawn, and also has quite some time advantage. So looking good for Jeffrey here. Still, this is probably the most normal looking position we have analyzed so far, David. It looks like it almost could have been traditional chess.
Yeah, definitely. It could have come from a variety of openings. He's actually up now 2 pawns, and he's going to correct his pawn structure, potentially creates 2 connected central pass pawns. Looks like these pawns later will decide the game. So maybe we don't stay here if it's looking too normal, Anna. What do you think? Freestyle chess is about the chaos.
I know, let's go back to our bird's eye view in case there's more chaos overall across the remaining boards that we have. So many results are already in, but we have already mentioned how Bortnik is still fighting, trying to save a lost position against Injic. Salem Saleh on board 1 was in trouble earlier. It looks like black is still not doing that well, but at least it's not a lost position for black. So maybe that's progress on the top board.
Yeah, maybe we jump in there. There's not much to be said for Bortnik's position, unfortunately. He's just suffering on the green board at the top of our screens. He's a pawn down and looks like he might be facing checkmate. But this game is really wild, and white now has to find an only move to keep the advantage. It's not even
King
a big
to
advantage.
b1 is the only move. When your bishop is hanging, the pawn on b3 will be hanging. Not the easiest of moves to find.
That is very difficult. And you're right, Anna. He doesn't find it. And suddenly he's back in the game. Saleh is Wow, he's going to crash through. That's a big attack. I think I would rather choose black with no time on the clock here. What do you think with the white king so open?
I agree with you fully that white king looks like it could be in absolute disastrous trouble in just a move or two if white doesn't find the best moves. The computer is still happily saying 0-0. 0 as an evaluation, but I don't think this is equal. No.
This is like, it's a mystery, total mystery to me why it's equal here. Maybe white has some sudden counterattack, maybe some sacrifice of the rook for bishop and some perpetual check a bit later on. But with a king this far out in the open, e6 played, it's turning. Like, I think we predicted it. The bishop's dropping. That's the most obvious blue arrow move I've ever seen. That will be played.
Yeah, taken with a check. And now doesn't really matter where the king goes. Well, he has to go to d2 to keep the game going. Mm-hmm. And now it really feels like knight takes b3 is very natural, a great move. Continuing with checks, the attack, then the bishop has dropped. Oh, gosh. Oh, cool. Wow, beautiful queen sacrifice to pick it up with knight c2 fork in the end of the day.
That is cool. Brilliant move. It's a queen sacrifice. And most importantly, there's no good discovered checks here because the white queen is hanging. The knight can come back to d3 with a check, but the black king will just hide on g8 again. And okay, that's a gamble move. There was nothing better. That knight fork would have seen black emerge a piece up. So now, can he deliver mate? Oh,
the white king is trying to run away, but where do you run when there's a knight fork coming on e3? If the king had gone to g2, king f3 is an attempt, but now you can get a check from c3 with the queen or a3. E3, I don't even know which one is the best, but there's 3 possible strong checks.
He chooses one of them, Anna. And the whole point was to centralize the queen, and I guess he's going to land the knight fork anyway, because white doesn't really have a threat. White's a piece down and getting forked.
And with the queen on e4, that's perfect for the defense as well, covering all the checks that white could have given. So this is game over. What a turn of events. Salem Saleh from a losing position now makes it to winning in round 1. And I think we still have some games on the way. So let's just jump back to what's left from this very first round.
Okay, so we see 3 games still going. David Anton Guiaro is fighting out in a queen and pawn endgame that could go for a while, but he's getting close. And the other 2 boards, we've just seen a blunder by Muradli on the top right. Where do you want to go, Anna? Which game?
Well, let's check in with that. The white king running to b5, but it doesn't look very safe.
There must be mate. Someone's getting mated, and it's probably white. As you say, there's some checks here. There's a queen check he uses, a rook check. Oh, the advantage slips away.
Yeah, black missed his chance, and now it looks like it might lead to a draw if the players keep repeating those moves.
Mm-hmm. It's lucky that white's pieces coordinate. The queen defends the rook and vice versa. He has to go back to b2. I think the winning idea earlier was actually to go back with a check on c6 with the black queen, tying down white's queen to the rook, and there would have been a killer sequence. But now the white king's hiding, and there we go, draw. Bit of a miracle for Muradli there.
It really has been a miraculous save for the higher rated player here, and one of the only draws of the round, I believe. We have a few more endgames underway, as you mentioned, the queen endgame of David Anton Guijarro, and there's a rook endgame as well. Tabatabe with the white pieces, trying not to lose a rook endgame where he's down 2 pawns. And this is one of those few rook endgames where he actually will probably save it. But this knight endgame now that you're showing me, David, that I completely missed. What's happening here? Anna Schuckman with the white pieces against Lenier Dominguez.
Yeah, it's a good time to be named Anna. And she's doing really, really well here. This should be a draw, especially if white can play h4 here, just get more pawns off the board. Probably black's trying to win here, Dominguez, just because he has a better pawn structure. Pawns connected, whites are separated, but this is just too little material. This is going to be a great result for Anna.
Looking very good, and being here the underdog, she's doing a brilliant job, as you mentioned, to trade off even more pawns in this knight endgame. You can even end up sacrificing the white knight for the remaining pawn of black. They traded the knights, and now there's gonna be 2 kings on the board. A very well-deserved draw for Anna Schuckman against Dominguez. We still have the rook endgame where black was up 2 pawns, now only 1 pawn remaining, but I think white is about to clinch that draw as well. Tabatabai has been defending very precisely, and now we also get to see 2 remaining kings on the board.
Yeah, and FM putting pressure on a GM there to end it. And yeah, what a field we have. Top 4 advance, but of course still early stages. And Anna, we saw some surprises, but also a lot of the big names get a win in round 1.
Yeah, they do get the big wins. We have the top 4 highlighted, but of course here there's still so many players on 1 point. This is just the beginning of a Swiss tournament with 9 rounds where the top 4 will advance to tomorrow's semifinals and final. What a start this has been, David. How do you see the atmosphere of the event? How many strong players are there to play for that 1 qualification spot? And by the way, I think we have kickoff. Like, there is no time. There's no rest for the wicked. They are already in round 2.
Yeah, it's fast and furious here at Freestyle, and it's a fun position to start round 2. There's a lot to recap, of course, and we'll talk about the standings a bit later. But Anna, it's almost unheard of, even in Freestyle, to see 4 minor pieces on one side and then 4 heavy pieces on the other side of the board.
It is. It does make castling even funkier. Castling kingside will be just flipping the rook and the king between the 2 squares, and castling queenside will be a really long jump for both the king and the rook. Have you seen this position in any of the previous freestyle events?
No,
I'm curious.
I haven't. I must say, I'm trying to get my head around it. I don't think you're going to be castling here with white. Or, I mean, maybe you castle kingside and not much changes. But yeah, it's really weird to see all 4 minor pieces on one side of the board.
Yeah.
My mind is blown.
It's really a peculiar and weird position, as you have mentioned, for the minor pieces. It makes sense that both players are trying to start with opening up the long diagonal, because that's the obvious one. You want to activate your bishop in the corner. But it's a lot more obvious what you do with the remaining 3 minor pieces. Where will the bishop go, and how do you develop the knights? What pawn structure is beneficial, and where do you want the king? Oh gosh, so many questions to answer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the one thing, like the queens again, like someone's got to get their queen out of the corner on all of the boards we see in front of us. Someone doing a better job than others already at this early stage. For example, on the top left, I think Salem has learned from round 1 that he does want to get his queen out of the corner early. There's actually been a queen trade on the top left board, the brown one there. Every other board, we see queens still stuck in the corner, and some more block positions, some more open. Anna, what catches your eye?
I think Abdusattorov's board is worrying me a little bit from Nodirbek's perspective, because we've been saying that he's one of the top favorites for this event. Maybe it was just a moment of scare, but I thought for a moment that Black was actually taking the initiative. Maybe it's okay now. Maybe everything is fine. It looks like Black's last move wasn't the most precise, and it was Wahab Sana with the black pieces, so could have put pressure on Abdusattorov.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the last move, maybe there was something even stronger. Just to go back 1 move, Black should have been bringing the knight out apparently, but this is according to the computer. That would have invited ideas like a fork, which at the moment would be covered. So maybe just visually he didn't want to risk that. Maybe it's also better to bring the pawn up just to apply some pressure in the live position. It does feel like Anna, the queen again. It's the most pressing issue for both sides, but especially white here. So maybe moves like pawn to g3 would be the most natural, and it's looking relatively balanced. He actually castles the other side. Wow.
Castle queen side, and it does get a bit of a question mark from the computer, because it is looking like a risky move now. The blue arrow is screaming for Black to push the b pawn, and And that's a pawn that you cannot capture because of the pin on the long diagonal. Once you start moving the pawns on the queen side, you can launch an attack against the white king. Black doesn't take this chance, but develops the knight instead.
Oh, that felt like a missed opportunity. B5, it's not easy, of course. It's very committal, especially at this quick time control. You don't want to spend too much time thinking about wild moves. But yeah, B5, B4, and suddenly momentum all turns. White was not ready. Now white is ready because there are kind of strikes on the other side of the board, and suddenly it's advantage Nodebek. He's doing something in the center here.
Yeah, it looks like it could blow up right now with a potential pawn sacrifice. The computer is actually saying e5 is a move to consider here for Nodirbek. Give up a pawn so that it frees the e4 square. Bringing the rook to the f5 also makes sense, and it could prepare the pawn push to e5 or to f5.
Yeah, I just want to bring it back for one move because, Anna, that was really instructive. And actually, this is something that happens quite a lot in regular chess. You sacrifice a pawn to clear a square. And I also wanted to show it because, guess what? Connect 4. If you can play it.
Of course.
It's not a coincidence, everyone. D takes e5. And as you point out, knight to e4. And suddenly this diagonal, which should have been black's with that b5 move earlier, is all white's. And this pressure gives white a decisive advantage, as you said. So he's actually played it now in the live position, Nodebek. One move later, but maybe still strong.
And still connect 4, so we know how strong that is.
Exactly. I think same idea. Pawn takes pawn, there's still knight to e4.
Very strong idea, and it is a pawn sacrifice. It is committal in that sense, but white's initiative is just so strong. All the white pieces will be dominating, threatening to take on g5, threatening to take on f6. It is going to look very difficult for Wahab to find the right defense after the knight comes to e4.
Mm-hmm. We're going to see it on the board. The bishop goes back, but now I thought that white could simply take this pawn and just horrible pawn structure incoming for black. You could even take both of these and black's going to get sets of double pawns. I guess maybe taking black's going to recapture, and there's some hope, some air for the black queen. FG5 take back, and H5 is hanging, but still looking good for Nodebek. Anna, this has suddenly turned into a positional masterpiece. After it did look scary, after castling queenside, which was wrong for white, the gamble paid off.
It has paid off, and one very instructive line here would be if just black stakes on g5, it will make the h5 bishop hanging, but it doesn't matter because I think white is happy to take the knight on g6 and damage the pawn structure of black further, and then take on g5, threatening a knight fork on f7, threatening the pawn on e6. It is so difficult to hold things together when your pawn structure is completely damaged.
Yeah, I mean, tactically, it looks like he's busted now, Vahapsanal, and I think strategically, he just forgot again to develop his queen on h8 and the bishop on a8. These two cornered pieces, they needed some air, so he actually does finally liberate that bishop, but it just looks too late. f7 is hanging. Boom. The knight now is hanging on g6. Nodebek in the driver's seat.
He's in the driver's seat indeed, and it's so instructive what you have said, David, about the importance of activating the queen early. All the games where we see the queen still struggling in the corner, still not being able to move, it really seems to be a decisive factor. Black is still trying, of course, but this is looking so difficult now with an active rook on the 7th rank. White can play moves like knight to f6 or pawn to g6 also. Why not? That's a pass pawn.
He's just rubbing it in. Like, this queen is just totally dead in the corner. He's playing a queen down here, black. Yeah, you just can't win games of chess.
That's the main difference here. Yeah, decisive factor.
Okay.
We tuned into this game thinking that Nodirbek was slightly in trouble, and he has absolutely turned it around and now is in a completely winning position, one of the top favorites for the event here in the play-in for the World Championship in Freestyle Chess. Should we go back to the bird's eye view and see how the other players are faring in round 2?
Let's do it. Let's zoom out of that game. We'll assume that Nodebek has a winning advantage. That's the green board on the top row. We'll update everyone if that changes. A cool tactic did just land in the game between Vokidov and Esipenko for Esipenko to get a winning advantage. I would love to show that because it's one of the nicest moves of the day. Nice geometry. Also, Esipenko is a candidate. It's a big year for him. He's clearly winning here with the queen versus the rook and the knight. He's got an extra pawn as well. But Anna, I just want to take us back to this moment. And okay, I'll bring us here, attacking the white queen now. The queen dropped back. And again, it's the battle of the queens. Black's queen super active. White's queen undefended. And this is why everyone should be doing Puzzle Rush. Knight takes e3, double exclam.
Ooh,
and it's game over. If f takes, then the queen drops back with a check, picks up the rook. Next move, the rook on g4 cannot move and block because the queen would be hanging. Instead, he played queen takes e3. And after queen takes e3, rather than play the exchange down after taking back the black queen, rook takes rook, he decided here, Vokidov, to give up the queen. And yeah, if we catch up with the live position, it's still queen versus rook and piece. But Anna, that's efficient from Esipenko.
That was a spectacular tactical pattern, and yes, everyone should do their puzzle rush because of these moments to spot tactical wins like that. And now with the king on e3, close to winning at King of the Hill, but this is freestyle chess, so it doesn't matter. Black is winning in this game, and that's looking really good for Esipenko, who is another one of the top favorites in our playing tournament today.
Exactly. I think we can chalk this up as a win for him. It's hard to imagine a comeback for white. No fortresses here for sure, since black's pawns are marching and white's king is leading from the front. That's never a good sign. Let's zoom out again and see if there are any shocks on the cards. Alexei Sarana in a bit of trouble against Donchenko. What else catches your eye here, Anna?
I was going to say that in the meantime, by the way, Nodirbek has won his game on board 3, so that is a great start for Nodirbek Abdusatorov. Salam Saleh seems to be winning on board 1. Those are the biggest differences with the evaluation bar. I think we should check in with the Sarana Donchenko game that you mentioned, David, because that is looking troublesome for white.
Yeah, and it's one of those where the eval bar says totally winning for black, but it doesn't look completely over yet. It's level material. I guess black is winning because the B pawn and the A pawn are going to decide long term. But Anna, maybe some chances for Sarana here.
I think so, that it's not as decisive as the bar is saying, and as you have highlighted, David, it's not exactly a complete knockout here. White is giving checks and now pinning the knight on c6, trying to make black go back to b7, so it could lead to a threefold repetition, but black finds the better approach, giving up the knight because the f2 knight is also hanging. So if you take the knight with a check, the king will attack the rook, and you can't save both the rook on c6 and the knight on f2.
Yeah, that's a really sharp move from Donchenko, who had a great run at the World Cup. Just representing Germany so well these days, all these young grandmasters. But yeah, rook takes f2 looks like a killer threat on the second rank. Just targets, checks. White's not going to survive that. So maybe rook to f1 is the only way to fight on. But okay, that was super passive. He doesn't go for it, and instead he's going to face all of these checks, Anna, especially in this type of time format. It's the last thing in the world you want is to be calculating all of the checks here on the second rank. Black can bail out with a draw at any moment, but is there more? That's the question.
He definitely will try for more, and you are right. This is such a tough one for Sarana to defend, and just the fact that with the double rooks on the second rank, you're gonna get a million checks. Black will choose the right moment when to give which check, when to pick up which pawn, and there's a B pass pawn that is going to be really difficult to stop. The white rooks are not connected. The white king is not helping to stop the pawn or to support his pass pawn. So this is a very promising position for Donchenko. Should be winning with perfect play.
Yeah, it's a big question whether he's going to find the perfect moves, though. Like, especially with under 4 minutes now, probably you would start with some checks, and it's very tempting to take this pawn. But White's counterplay is based on c6, c7, c8, and checking the black king if it ever blocks. So there is a bit of a time crunch. I do wonder, Anna, if, like you said, the B pawn is the clincher. So at some point, maybe after some checks, black will put a rook on c2 just to stop White's counterplay. Say, okay, let's trade one set of rooks, and then I'm going to queen the B pawn before White's pawn can march. It is a race.
That's true that is one of the resources that black can use to stop the white pawn and then march further with the b pawn. And there's also an a pawn if needed to support the b pawn, connected pass pawns, even though the a7 pawn, of course, is still far. But that is a factor to take into account. He goes for it immediately, doesn't even give a check, goes for the rook trade with rook to c2. That's the Tarrasch rook, as we say it. You stop the pass pawn from behind, and that means that your rook is really active, while the white rook will be passive, holding on to that pawn.
Yeah, he's making a face, Serrana. I think he realizes that he's in a bit of trouble now. He gives a check. The king is just going to move, though. Probably block that pawn. It could also step up to b6. And if white wants to avoid the rook trade, then it will come at the cost of that c6 pawn here. That's a good move. And yeah, trade looks hopeless because then there's no blockader for the b pawn. Rook endgames are tough, but I don't think this one is going to be too difficult to convert now after Donchenko found that key move, rook c2.
Yeah, unfortunately for white, he is playing down a king. You do need an active king in endgames, and it's not the case here.
Yeah, that's the thing, freestyle chess. You play without a piece. Probably better to play without a king than without a queen, but this time, yeah, this deep into the endgame, it is important to have active pieces. And yeah, it does look like Serrana is going to crash to defeat, which is rare. He nearly never loses with white. That's a great result for Donchenko.
True, but in freestyle chess, the opening is taken out. The safety of knowing what's happening at the start of the game is taken out. So everything is wild, chaotic madness from move one on. And we love that about freestyle chess.
We really do. We love it and hate it because it's scary to play, but fun to watch. And okay, let's move on out of this game for a moment. It looks like, yeah, some results have ticked in, as you said, Anna. We did see Nodebek win. We saw Esipenko win. Other games in the balance. Maybe I can take us over to Alexander Grishuk against David Navarra, which looks like a great fun pick. Ooh, two fan favorites, Anna.
They are absolutely, of course, some of the top favorites in our audience. And it's looking good for Grishuk with the white pieces, with the activity of the heavy pieces, the queen in the center, the double rooks on the g5, ready to push h5 at some point and attack the black king, while black's attack is very slow now, pushing b5. But it looks like with opposite side castling, you really need speed for your attack, and that's what white has here.
Yeah, white is like 5 moves ahead of black in terms of attacking. And not just that, Anna, but he's got the attack. He's also a pawn up, Alexander Grishuk. He's somehow
I didn't
won a pawn
even count that. It just looks like optically white is winning. Doesn't matter whether it's equal or not. The material, the position is so good for white that apparently one of the main moves is the knight sacrifice that Grishuk has just found.
Oh, it was begging to be played, but now he needs to find something. The white bishop can't really move, or maybe doesn't want to move because of queen takes d2. So there's some counterplay, some urgency, but yeah, I mean, at the very minimum, you might just retreat the knight. And maybe, okay, he does that. It does feel like there's going to be some tactics with rook to g7 check. The queen is hit. That could be the final blow.
And Navarro resigned because there is just way too many threats to parry. And this has been an incredibly strong attack on the king side. It blew up immediately with such strong heavy piece placement. Again, as you mentioned, David, it's so crucial. The queen placement, how early it gets into the game, how powerful it is, and it's Grishuk who got that right in this game against Navarro.
Yeah, that was a fantastic win by Alexander Grishuk. Let's jump over to one of the higher seeds who might be in trouble, Jeffrey Zhong, because it's a king and pawn endgame, and those are always fun because of the jeopardy, Anna. King and pawn endgames, one slip, you might make a blunder, it could all turn around. But I think here for the Turkish Grandmaster, he should be winning this one, probably with the very simple king to d4, although calculation is needed. Black will play b4 there and try and block it up. White's a pawn up. How to win?
A pawn up, the only thing for Jeffrey that might help is the time situation. So white needs to calculate precisely under time pressure. Only 32 seconds left for Gökhan Khan here. But it is a winning endgame, and he has played the right move with king to c5.
Yeah, that might have been the only way, but more than good enough. White is just going to be ahead in every pawn race. Either this pawn will fall, or after a5, White can actually just bring the king back to d4, and Black would have been in zugzwang. But now the c pawn is marching. There we go. And wow, Jeffrey doesn't even fight on. He resigns. Another upset.
It has been so far. Both round 1 and round 2 is looking like it is a lot of times an upset. The underdogs are doing really well. Nodirbek, he is through. He is on 2 out of 2, and Yesipenko is on also 2 out of 2. But some of the other top favorites, including Jeffrey Chong, has just lost. On the remaining boards that we have, Salamsela is looking good with that extra piece that he has on board 1. But on the bottom row, there's a lot to unpack there, David.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack. Some very tense games. Deac against Demchenko looks very closed, probably roughly equal. Still a lot of pieces left. Nestorov against Zhumabayev. Trying to do a quick count. It looks like Black is up a pawn, but also maybe a draw, the most likely result. And a rook endgame. Yu Yangyi is struggling to break through against a low-rated opponent. Donchenko, he's closing in for the win with those pawns. Where to jump, Anna? Looks like endgames galore right now.
It does look like it. I don't even know where to start. Maybe let's go from left to right, and Deac against Demchenko, where the pieces are looking a bit more natural. It could have been traditional chess, I feel like.
Yeah, this could have easily been like an English opening, or I don't know, some Reti, some early b3 opening. Knight to d3 check is apparently a mistake. Why could that be? Maybe there was just something stronger. And now Black's pawn on d3 might be more of a weakness than a strength, Anna. And it is quite blocked, so maybe the knights of White are the superior minor piece.
It does seem to be the case that Black has just made a slight mistake, but Deac is so low on time, going now as low as to 14 seconds. There's only a 10-second increment per move. He does play the right order of the moves, trading on d3 and then giving a check on d5.
Mm-hmm. And he's most likely going to trade off the knights at some point. There we go. He lifts his rook up. He did give away a pawn in that process, but his king is coming now. His rooks are coming. And yeah, it looks like he's probably on the front foot now. He is a time travel addict, I will say, Anna. Like, over the board, I get so stressed watching him. He'll like play 5 moves in a row with 1 second left, and then he'll stand up with 30 seconds on his clock, and he'll just walk around a little bit. It's just,
oh gosh,
watching Deac play is like a thriller of a movie.
So he's actually enjoying the situation. He's only on 10 seconds. That's plenty of time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he's addicted to that adrenaline rush. He's always lower on the clock, and he plays really, really well when he's got only a few seconds left. So I wouldn't be surprised if he turns this round and wins it now. Black's just so stuck. And the White King, you mentioned king activity earlier. It's possibly that activity that might decide it a bit later. Cut off for now, but if the White King ever gets going, then lots of targets.
Yeah, it looks like this endgame can only be won by White, so it's a 2-result position, either draw or White will manage to break through. So far, Black is defending very well, though, with the rook on the 4th rank. That didn't allow the White rook to go there, and just protecting the pawn from the 5th rank with the rook and the king. It looks like it could lead to a draw now with the repetition of moves, unless White finds a way to try in a different angle. And that's what he's doing, going to the a-file, trying to push a5 in the right moment and open up the 5 for the White rook.
Yeah, that's very clever. It's fun to see him play for a win as well. Under 10 seconds against 30 seconds, and he's still the one trying to make the magic happen. So he wants to get his rook active after a5. Yeah, I think probably a draw is still the most likely result, but I definitely would rather have White's position. Suddenly the clocks, both sides, under 10 seconds. Anything could still happen. Rook to e4. Doesn't change much.
Will he push a5 or will he shuffle the rooks? Rook to f4, offering a rook trade. Also makes sense.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Rook to f1. He's really asking for that rook trade. And if the rooks disappear, the White King can start running forward. Maybe we'll see that exchange now. Ooh, not yet. Oh, and Demchenko, he's lost on time. Oh my gosh, heartbreaking.
Demchenko lost on time, and Deac was in time trouble for like 20 plus moves.
Maybe he just forgot that his clock was running as well. He was looking at Dayak's clock the whole game, but I mean, he was
Oh,
playing king g5, king g6. He could have just continued. That is tough.
yeah. That's really tough because even the final position is still equal. Black has been finding the right defense all along, but Dak wins on time. It's part of the game, and the 10-second increment is not much. We have actually almost all the top boards already over, except for the game between Sarana and Donchenko, which is, oh gosh, okay. Both have just queen, but Black has an extra rook to deliver checkmate to the white king.
Wait, has he?
Wait, no,
What's
he
happened
didn't.
there?
He didn't give the right check. No.
Only move king g6. He's got 30 seconds, Sarana. That is probably possible. Process of elimination. Everywhere else he'll get checkmated, but that does allow a rook check and for his queen to be hit. And he does find it.
Ooh,
Game on. The white king's hiding. And look at this. He gives up his queen. That
goodness
connection.
me! You can win the rook, but the white pawns are so strong that they outweigh the queen. It's just a draw. If you take the pawn, it's stalemate.
Oh my gosh, Donchenko has bungled that one. That was a bit of a choke, but also Sarana, what a resource that was, Anna. We jumped in just the right time.
Oh, wow.
It was a rook endgame.
Could we show that moment? Because it happened so quickly when the black queen had a couple of squares for the checks after they promoted. It was all like very well played by Donchenko until the moment the white king suddenly has an escape.
Yeah, and here he could have given checkmate in a variety of ways. Rook check. Apparently queen to a5 check was the best way or the quickest way. Queen into e4 check would have stopped what happens next, but he checked on the wrong square and let's get rid of those arrows. This was incredible. And a block with the queen, throwing her life on the line, throwing herself in the way, jumping on that grenade. And this was a beautiful save, giving up the g-pawn as well, and the realization that this is stalemate. That was
what an incredible
save.
Very, very well deserved. And with that game, it actually has ended. Round 2 is already in the books and round 3 is underway. There is absolutely no rest here during the play-in. We are now again starting with a new position in freestyle chess. Let's check what we have on the board and what will the players have to face for round 3, David.
Yeah, the players, they're off. They started with this position and interesting, Anna. Again, king this side on b1, but lots of minor pieces in the middle. This is not easy to navigate. Magnus himself has said he hates it when bishops start on e1 and d1 because it's unclear where they're going. Queen in the corner, that seems to be the theme of the day.
It seems to be so far the case in every position, and the fact that they both need to find a way to activate the queens early. That's what's happening here with opening the long diagonal for the black queen. We'll try to do the same. White here with a pawn pushed like g3. So far we see an expansion in the center by Sanan Sigurov here with the white pieces against Nodirbek Abdusatorov. I fully agree with how difficult it is when the position starts with a bishop on e1 or on d1. We see bishop to e2, which is a natural square for the bishop, but it still doesn't determine where the other bishop will develop.
Yeah, it looks like Nodirbek's also almost got Jedi powers. It looked like a move was played. Both of his hands were still on his head. He's like just willing the pieces to
moving
to
the piece with his mind only.
Exactly. But it's no surprise that the computer gives a tiny advantage to black because I think here Sanan Sigurov has neglected his queen development slightly. It looks like a Dutch defense, I would say, Anna. I don't really play it myself, but with a pawn on f5 against d4 and the white queen maybe just taking a bit long to get into the game.
True. It does look like it because of the pawn structure. I'm really curious how the rest of the development will go when it comes to the queen in the corner, and also will we see castling or not? Because the starting position with the king on b1 and rooks on each side is also quite funky.
Yeah, you're right. You're like both sides could still castle either way. I think Nodirbek here, he's reluctant to take with his rook, for example, because then he loses the right to make the longest castle in freestyle chess. This is literally the furthest you can go from b8 to g8. He won't be doing that anymore. But if he moves his knight out the way, then he can get his rook over to d8 by castling. You always end up on those kind of same squares you do in normal chess, of course. White's ready to do it, though. The white king's ready to get to g1.
Yeah, even if the computer is questioning this bishop move, it does prepare for the longest castle that there is, as you have mentioned, David. And I mean, that should get some style points, right?
Yeah, if you can achieve castles to the long side this time, to the king side, then extra bonus points. But for now, Nodebek is trying to slow it down. This is why he kind of took with the rook on the last move. He wanted to kind of keep all dynamism open. There's a lot of pressure on this diagonal, like knight takes d2 threatened, knight takes f2, knight takes c3 if white castles now. That's a bit of an annoying move for white to face.
Very annoying. You kind of need to take that knight, but that opens up the long diagonal after f takes e4. White will have to place the knight on d4, but that alone is already a pawn that black could capture if he wants to.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it doesn't work immediately because of the skewer with bishop e3, so there's tactical patterns, but also black is not... I don't think black would even want to give up the bishop. Knight to c6 is a much stronger move. Keep the bishop and queen battery and put even more pressure on the d4 knight.
Yeah, this is what Sugirov has missed. I'll just show that variation you mentioned, Anna. Just a quick backtrack as the knights get traded. After knight to d4, this is a very good tip for everyone at home. Even if this didn't blunder into this skewer, as you say, queen takes d4, bishop to e3, and winning the exchange next move, I think the power of this dark square bishop would already be too strong, unparalleled. No point being greedy here. Much more effective to do what he did after knight to c6. Just kind of make these pieces even more powerful. And after bishop c3, he's getting his queen out with gain of time, and more importantly, white can no longer castle. The rook has moved away, so the white king is stuck on this side of the board. Not too happy about it.
Not happy at all. While it's looking really good for the black pieces, the rook from a8, it still needs to be developed, but let's not forget that Nodirbek can castle queenside.
Mm-hmm. You can castle queenside, get that rook over, maybe slide it across, backward pawn to target on f2. And the white queen is still really, really bad. I'm expecting, queen to e1. Maybe the rook doubles up. It's hard to defend this pawn. Maybe white's going to have to sacrifice some material.
Yeah, looking really difficult, and the castling option to the king side is already gone. Castling queen side for white is perhaps something that he should consider to get the rook into the game, but it doesn't feel as safe as it is for black.
Yeah, looking good for Nodebek, who's looked very convincing so far today, it must be said. Should we zoom out for a moment?
Yeah, of course. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, because this is only round 3, and this is for all the marbles. There is one qualification spot at the Freestyle World Chess Championship coming up next month, and one player will qualify from today and tomorrow here in our play-in tournament. Round 3 underway, with the bird's eye view showing a fabulous palette of colors and also just a wide range of approaches to the same starting position. Remember, this is freestyle chess. We have 959 different starting positions, all the possible starting positions except for the traditional one. And all the players here on the top 8 boards have chosen very different ways to develop from the starting position, very different approaches.
Yeah, I see some connect fours on the bottom left board for white, the bottom right board for white, but no big advantages for either side there. So maybe my theory is being proven wrong. Abdusatarov's maybe got the biggest advantage from these top boards. Yeah, Anna, where would you like to go? It looks like some maybe more quiet positions in this round as opposed to the first 2 rounds of the day.
Yes, it does feel like the players are warming up. They're getting more into the freestyle mode and trying to find a more solid approach. I feel like this is looking really balanced, as you mentioned. Maybe I would start with the Kravtsev Zhao game and see how the pieces will be developed in that one, and whether the kings will castle. I'm always curious about the king situation, and will the king stay on one flank or the other. In this one, for instance, Kravtsev could still castle either flank. Well, now with the bishop on b5, that's a different story. But theoretically, he could still find a way to castle on either sides of the board.
Yeah, bishop b5, such an annoying move. Like,
Very.
It'll be easy to forget you can't castle through check. Whoops, with the king to g1, and the bishop stopped it just for a moment. I think probably after bishop takes bishop now, queen takes f1 will be played just to keep castling rights intact. And yeah, it feels like Kravtsev is playing into exactly what you mentioned there. He's saying, okay, black can castle also onto the king side the long way, but white's ready with some kind of pawn storm later. So it's like castle if you dare for both sides. I'm expecting queen takes. What do you think, Anna? There we go.
Queen takes, yes, exactly, to keep the option of castling. And also the queen is getting into the game, which has been a very important theme in all the freestyle games we have seen. And you mentioned, David, how important it is to activate the queen in freestyle chess early. I think this is balanced, but perhaps with a slightly more favorable position for white, just because it's easier to proceed. G5 looks like a very strong move, gaining more space, chasing the knight away from f6. Then you can proceed with perhaps moving the queen away from the back rank and getting ready to castle. Will white castle or not is a big question.
Yeah, still a big big question which side white goes. Arguments to be made for both sides. Maybe the king's just safe as well, where it sits anyway. So maybe move one rook and then just castle on the side that you stand. A bit of a gain of a tempo. And maybe white also will strike with e4 just to try and open things up while black is passive. The bishop as well on c3 wants kind of some open diagonals. So early in the middle game, of course. But yeah, interesting maneuvers going on.
Very interesting indeed. And I think you are right that we might see the rook moving over so that white could castle queen side. Or you can place the king on a2 to be fair, to connect the rooks and say, I don't need to castle, my king is already on that side.
True. And we're getting a question from the chat. 7.5, will that be enough for top 4? Anna, that's a tough question. 7.5 is normally the golden number, but you might have to rely on good tie breaks, I guess. Players will want to get as many points as possible, of course.
Definitely such a packed field. There is a really strong competition showing up today in the play-ins, and we haven't even seen some of our top creators, by the way. I heard that there's a lot of players here in the field that we haven't even looked at, and we might need to visit their games as well, David.
Yeah, I'm gonna check in on some of those. I don't see them playing right now, but we'll update everyone a bit later as we see our bird's eye view first of all. And again, Nodebek just crushing it on the top row. That's the blue board, second from left. Who else seems to be doing well now, Anna?
And Nodebek definitely is one of the favorites who has been sailing through the rounds. Even in the one game where it looked like he could have gotten into bit of a trouble, he immediately turned everything around and won confidently. So looking good for Nodebek in this round as well. Also looking good for Pranav against Vupala. That's a game we could also check in with, and why black has a decisive advantage. That white king seems to be struggling in the corner, and rook to b3 has just been played.
Yeah, this is really scary for the white king. Probably wishes it had gone the long way now and castled earlier. The rooks got centralized, but the king never got safe. And black's king, I mean, it's all relative, but the black king looks very, very comfortable right now. He just needs to kill a blow, Anna. Like, if he could somehow get a pawn to d3, that would also be a nice positional advantage long term. I'm kind of looking at c4. You've put my mind now.
I like the idea. I like it a lot. Yeah, I think that could be key to open up the diagonal, not care about the pawn on d4, just get the bishop into the game, sacrifice on a3 when you can. And how will white defend against that? There are no defensive pieces that could save that situation with the sacrifice on a3, only the rook on c1, but that's a bystander for that attack.
Yeah. Oh, bishop takes e3 is like a... in bullet, you play that.
It's screaming to be played, and it's on the board by Pranav. Double exclamation mark, a bishop sacrifice to absolutely destroy the remaining defense in front of the white king, the 2 pawns. And once those pawns are gone, the white king has nowhere to hide.
Exactly. I'll just show the checkmate. I don't think... Oh, wow. Okay, I won't even need to show it. He's allowed it. I thought he was going to try and block with his bishop. But here we go. The black queen's going to come out now. And that's just game over. Queen to b5. And there's going to be checkmate on b3. White can only throw the bishop in the way to prolong it. But, I mean, that is just hopeless. Black's going to be pawns up, queen up soon. That's a beautiful finish. Nice ending to the game. Good timing, Anna, to jump us over here.
Yeah, I got lucky because I thought it was going to be a bit longer until we see an actual way to materialize that attack. But the idea that you showed, David, sacrificing a pawn to open up the bishop's diagonal, then the bishop sacrifice, and Pranav wins the game. He also moves on to 3 out of 3. So far, looking great for the Indian Grandmaster. He's the only player at the moment on the 100% score.
Yeah, and we're back to the bird's eye view. Anna, if you don't mind, I might go a bit rogue. I might show a bit of bias because we see an English international master, a former British champion play, and he's playing against Nordebek Yakuboev, who nearly made it to the candidates, and it looks like he's got a great position, although he has a trapped queen on h1. This looks like a fun one. He's the exchange up with white, rook for bishop, but that is a horrible queen. What do you make of this?
Oh, I agree with you about the horrible queen, but the rest of the factors at least are looking good for white with the extra material. But can that be enough? Can you play this game with the queen stuck on h1? I like your arrows. I do like that there is a way to activate the queen. I think that's important because if the queen is stuck forever in the corner, doesn't matter that you're up an exchange. If you can activate it, even if it takes 2-3 moves, then the queen, it will finally. I love the emoji.
Yeah, that queen needs to come out. She's crying right now. She's not happy.
Badly needs to get out of the corner. If you manage to do that, then white will be able to take advantage of the extra exchange, and that's what's happening. King to h2.
Yeah, and it's funny because these strong players, of course, but Michael Hennigan, I believe he was British champion in around 30 years ago, 1995. We see a
Around
picture of him
30
there.
years ago? Wow.
Yeah, he barely plays chess now. I haven't seen him play a tournament game in years, maybe even decades. And I actually play quite a lot anonymously online, and I play a lot of freestyle chess, Chess 960, and I play him. I don't think he knows he's playing me. I play him a lot. He only plays freestyle chess. And
Really?
it's been going on for like months now. Like we challenge each other, and like he's really, really like strong positionally. He knows where the pieces go. He's got a great feel, great understanding, but he's really bad when he's low on time. So I'm looking at this. His queen's out now. I'm thinking he's winning, but the clocks are ticking. And
Yeah.
he's a bit on the slow side.
What a story. He has been trained by you, David, without knowing. He has prepared for this tournament with you.
Maybe he knows it's me. I don't know, but it is an anonymous account, and we do play quite a lot. You'll see.
I love it, and he really is doing great. What an incredible event this could be for him if he really is such a fan of freestyle chess, former British champion, and now doesn't really play anymore unless it's freestyle. Seems to be really the format that he is drawn to, and I can understand why. I don't like opening preparation either. I like creativity and fun.
Exactly. He has to be careful now, though. Some of the advantages gone. Queen takes h4 is a huge threat due to a
Big
pin.
threat. Yeah, needs to step out with the king out of that diagonal of the bishop so that queen takes h4 cannot be played. You need to go king to g1.
Yeah, but now he's lost the a2 pawn, and that wasn't possible earlier to take that one because white had rook b8 check, hitting and winning the black queen in the corner. So now the queen's got out, the rook's come in. I have a feeling he's lost a bit of control. He really wanted to play the move bishop c3 here, but the black rook is coming. Oh, I've jinxed it.
Double question mark because of rook e2, and then the queen is chased away from the protection of the bishop. He has been doing so well, Michael, with the white pieces.
And unfortunately, this follows the pattern of many of our online games. Like, he outplays me regularly, but when the clocks tick, I think it's just maybe because he's not as active as he used to be. Rook takes queen came with check, so there's no time for bishop takes bishop, and now he's going to lose a piece. 2 bishops against a rook. Black is in charge.
That's a heartache. He has been really doing well and almost made a big upset in this round against Yakuboev, who really has had an incredible 2025 and almost qualified to the candidates tournament.
Mm-hmm. And Yeah, I mean, Michael Hennigan, he was so still on the camera. I thought this was like a photo from years ago, but he's just been so stoic until the last few seconds when he's finally realized, I think, that things have gone a bit wrong. But yeah, a David versus Goliath clash and almost pulling off the upset. Not quite.
Almost. I think he's going to try to save the game, but now there's a pair of bishops for the rook that white has and should be a winning position for Yakuboyev. We could go back to the bird's eye view because there's so much going on also on the other board. I don't even know where to start, David. Take a look.
Wow. This is this is the part of the game where things do get out of control. They spiral for everyone on the clock. And we see some endgames, but we also see Nesterov on the bottom left, on the brink of winning. So maybe we just go in and catch the final stages of that game. And yeah, these are two very strong grandmasters. We saw the Turkish grandmaster with white scored an upset a bit earlier, but here it looks like he's in big trouble. Black's got 3 minutes, white's got 5 seconds, and that feels like a mating net around the white king. D1's coming.
An endgame where you actually can get checkmated. The back rank checkmate seems to be unavoidable. He's trying to block with the bishop on b1, but that will lead to c2. You're promoting and checkmating at the same time.
Yeah, c2, and it's see you later. There we go. Checkmate, ending that game. Nesterov moves on, 3 out of 3, 100%. We caught the end of that one, and chaos elsewhere. I'll take us over to Alexander Grishuk, who apparently has a good move in this position after his opponent, Leon Luke Mendonca, has blundered. C3. Ooh. Oh, something was tingling there. Some kind of sacrifices.
Where is the sacrifice? He actually is moving the rook to e6 without sacrificing, but seems really strong to double on the e5. All the black pieces are harmoniously placed and active, ready to strike.
Mm-hmm. Level material now, though. White's won the pawn back, and apparently the only move to keep the advantage, the blue arrow shows it, is to swing the queen across to d7, Anna. That, I'm going to say, is difficult.
It is difficult. He goes for the sacrifice, which is tempting, but it gets a question mark or two. It is a mistake.
Yeah, apparently it's a mistake, and white just has to grit his teeth here and take the piece. So white's up a bishop for 2 pawns, but the white king is so open. The white queen as well. Like, I know I keep talking about it like a broken record, but like, the white queen's not playing, so she needs to get into the game, and bishop c5 only move to save it, to block.
Will he find it with 7 seconds that bishop c5 is the only way to not get immediately attacked? He goes to b3 with the king, and now black is winning again. The queen, if the queen makes it to b4 with queen e7 or queen to f8, then apparently it's curtains.
Wow.
Or knight b5. The computer is saying you can also just go knight b5. What a move!
Knight b5 would be so cool. And then the black queen is coming in with some devastating checks. You just need to throw your knight off the board, just force it away. With gain of tempo, and the queen is coming in. The white king's not going to survive. That is so cool, Anna. Will he move his knight? Will he see that?
I think he might be looking at it. I think he's sensing it. Queen f8 is also winning. He's going for the sure way. Just get the queen to b4.
Very professional, and there's going to be a deadly discover check next move, or the white rook will drop off, and there we go. Grishuk gets the win.
Wow.
Very shaky at the end there. But,
Michael's game actually, there's action. David, your pupil or trainee partner is turning the tables around completely. What?
Wow. Rotates bishop. It's game over. Oh my gosh. Michael Hennigan. He needs to come out of retirement. That was so good. Apparently there was a big blunder.
Can we do an action replay on how he turned around a lost position? Look at that. He's even signaling to the camera. Yes, I did it.
Yeah, and there we go. He deserves some celebrations. There was a big blunder here at the end. Things had already started turning back in white's favor. The black bishop's not quite stable. This was a deflection hitting the black queen. And rather than just keep the defense of this bishop, which would have held the balance, black now dived in queen to d2. But this was a misjudgment here, because the key move, queen to e6, swoops in against the defenseless black king. And once this move was played, the blue arrow appeared It looked like white was going to get a devastating attack. My mouse is frozen just at the wrong moment, but it looks like here, queen to e6. And yeah, we saw the final stages of that game, Anna. Just incredible. Queen e6, we're back. Rook takes f2, and just in time before black was able to deliver some checkmating attacks. Another check, and rook takes c6. If the king had gone the other way, then there would have been rook to b8. Maybe this is what Yakubov had missed. Game over, checkmate, and one of the biggest upsets of the tournament so far.
Huge upset. Congratulations to Michael Hannigan on taking down Yakuboyev, who had an incredible 2025, nearly qualified to the candidates tournament. And now the former British champion, Michael Hannigan, coming out of retirement, at least for freestyle chess, is here trying to qualify to the World Championship in freestyle chess.
What a story that would be. That would be just incredible. He's now on 2 points out of 3, but we still have some players on 100%, Anna, and still some games ongoing in this fourth round, it looks like.
Wow, there's just so much action, and the players on 100% score will still have to face, of course, another 6 rounds, but we have this rook endgame that's underway between Tabatabai and his opponent. If we tune into that rook endgame, maybe just for a second to evaluate, yeah, the 2 pawns, 2 extra pawns should be a good sign for white to convert.
Yeah, one of them's disappeared, but that's only helped white get closer. And this is actually funny because if black had a couple of extra tempi, if black could somehow put the king back on b8 and play rook to h7, stopping the white king coming out, that would be a textbook draw. But yeah, there we go. Not quite in time. The white king gets out of the way. Queen was incoming next, and Tabatabai gets the win. Very, very important for him. Now on 2.5 out of 3, and just behind the leading pack.
Still, of course, with a very good chance to qualify. There's only one remaining game, I believe, which is also a rook endgame. If we tune into the game of Muradli against Lenier Dominguez, black is trying to win that with the extra pawn, but it feels like white has just the right defense and is calmly making the best moves now, putting pressure on the b5 pawn, and b3 offering a trade of pawns. The less material, the better.
It's always Dominguez, Anna. He's always grinding away at the end of every round, the last one to finish. And yeah, there we go. That's going to force it. It's going to end either king versus king or in the famous pawn stalemate here, as long as white chooses the right square here. King b1 forced, and we see a draw. Dominguez getting these positions where he's trying to make it happen, but not quite. And good defense there from white.
Very good defense, hard-earned and hard-fought draw. And not many draws in freestyle chess, but this was one of the few ones. And we have the current standings after 3 rounds. Only 7 players remain on 100% score. We have seen Nodirbek Abdusattorov being one of the favorites. Of course, he also did great in the previous freestyle event, so he has quite the experience. But that doesn't mean that he is sure to qualify. The top 4 places matter here in today's play-in for tomorrow's semifinals and final. Round 4 is underway. New position again, David. What do we have to say about this one with the knights next to each other, bishops on central on central files? Oh wow! Oh wow!
Yeah, it's a good start position, I think, for both sides, especially because the queens are no longer in the corner. I think everyone was sick of that. That was happening across all the boards in the first 3 rounds, and it was really confusing some players, I think. So the fact that the queens are nearer the center is going to be nice. I'll just do a very quick action replay because we pretty much saw a queen's gambit here. But this is the best queen's gambit ever because it's not a real gambit, Anna, after
yeah, the rook is guarding it. How cool is that? The move too.
Exactly. And it's fine to move the rook because I don't think white was ever going to castle to the long side, to the queen side anyway. And yeah, white is now, okay, has just brought the knight out. We see some exchanges, and Nodebek is the first to occupy the center. I think successful opening for white, although Pranav's still very, very solid here. He's also been very impressive in online tournaments recently.
Yes, this is going to be a clash between 2 of the players that have a really good chance to get to those qualification spots for tomorrow's semifinals and final. And I'm really curious how the rest of the pieces will be developed. Also, will we see castling? A castling here on the king side would be just putting the rook on f1. King stays where it is. And castle queen side would be quite the jump. You need to clear out the entire back rank.
Yeah, black would need to play like bishop f6, bishop c6, queen e7, and then finally bring the king over to c8. I think it's too long a process. Yeah, it's like procrastination. It's like you know you want to get it done, but it takes too long, so you don't do it at all. I think both sides will castle on the sides they're already on. And
Yeah, I agree. Also, seems to be a lot safer on the king side in a situation like this where there have been pawn trades on the C and D files, open files there. So you keep the king on the king side. A6 gets a question mark, although I did like the idea of bringing the bishop to b5, but f4 now is a key move to make more space for the queen and chase the knight away from the center.
Yeah, like a6 is very natural. I was also thinking that's kind of the move, but maybe he missed here, Pranav, that after bishop b5, white can just block by offering a trade of bishops. And yes, he's got one piece off the back rank, but so did white, and he has to lose a bit of time with the knight. It's kind of a tempo game, and I don't know, it just feels like Nodebek, he's got his type of position, very kind of front foot, attacking, dynamic. He's going to get castled very quickly if that bishop trade ever happens.
Yeah, now the bishop comes to b5, forcing the queen away, or bishop e2 to trade the bishops, as you have mentioned, David, and the knight needs to leave the e5 square. Not many good squares for the knight, goes to g6, and castling protects the pawn. It's very healthy of a setup for white, while black is still struggling to find the right spots for each piece. And it looks like you're lacking the time. Black is behind in development.
Yeah, that's the thing. Black's position isn't too bad if he can like get castled, somehow get his bishop to a better square. But yeah, that's a lot of ifs. And unfortunately, I don't think the bishop has a good square. Yeah, still one move away from castling. So maybe white can start creating some threats. I'm looking at maybe this side of the board, knight a5 at some point, hitting an undefended pawn. Maybe the white bishop at some point will try and prevent the black king from castling. Yeah, it looks like Nodebek's on the front foot, Anna, and he's looking really sharp today, I've got to say. He beat Magnus yesterday in Tidal Tuesday. He's looking good.
Yeah, not a bad form if you beat Magnus Carlsen yesterday, and today you're cruising through the rounds, still on 100% score. Probably one of the players who has done it in the most convincing way, because it's one thing to win, and the other is he just doesn't seem to give any chance to his opponents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's normally a sign that you're on fire, feeling super confident. At least black's castle, though. Pranav is also a very dynamic player, very tricky player, but he won't be enjoying defending this position as Nodebek steps forward, liberating a square for the knight. It's looking very, very good for him right now.
Yeah, and after bishop e7, it does feel like any of those knight jumps are very logical. He goes back to d3. I didn't expect that. I thought he was going to play knight to e4 with one knight or the other. This is a bit strange.
Yeah, I think it was a case of like overthinking. He was like, oh, one knight belongs on e4, so I might as well keep that square for this piece. But he's not getting there anymore. Black has blocked it. And now maybe long-term black's doing okay if he can ever get the other knight round to e6 as a blockader of white's passed pawn. But still looks pretty nice for white right now. He's kind of hinting he might take this piece. Maybe, maybe not. But Pranav's the one who has to deal with it. Anna, it looks like small advantage for white. Should we zoom out for a moment?
Yeah, let's go back to the bird's eye view because there's so many exciting games underway. This is only round 4, and there are several strong grandmasters still on 100% score, trying to make it to the top 4 places, which is what matters in today's play-in for tomorrow's semifinals and final. And oh boy, I don't even know where to start. Again, we have such different approaches to the starting position, with knights on the edge, with the kings that castled or not castled, queens still stuck, but not too bad. At least it's not in the corner. Where would you like to go, David?
I'm having a tough time choosing. It looks like some of the positions are very normal. Some of them still very much about the freestyle chess. And okay, I'm going to take us over maybe to Alexei Sarana against Maxim Matlikov, 2 former European champions. And okay, I promise he played e5 only after I jumped to this board, only after I'd already picked it.
Of course, David. Of course, we all believe that.
I was going to say it looks very nice for black, and yeah, I think we were talking about 7.5 out of 9. Is that enough? Like 8 out of 9, you probably bank a spot in the top 4. But if you lose a game now and need to win the rest, it's going to be tough. So this is a huge game for both players.
Yeah, very true. That 8 points is probably what's needed to qualify for sure. 7.5 maybe with good tie breaks, but 8 is the magical number, it seems, for today. I do like the fact that we are seeing the Connect 4, and you of course didn't choose this on purpose, David. But after Rook C8, yeah, like what's happening here? You got the Connect 4, but what's the follow-up after the Connect 4?
Yeah, this is one of the times I would probably wouldn't take the pawns. I would actually take black because at least black has no isolated pawns, and white c3, a2 pawns are very, very weak long term. Black's knight is just a glorious piece on c4. And yeah, Serrano has been on fire lately, as pointed out by our chat there, but I don't know. It does feel like, again, it's in the balance, but maybe he's on the slightly more defensive side. I wouldn't actually hate taking this knight off either, because the white knight is quite strong. So maybe take this piece off and and try to play a bit more positionally later.
Yeah, definitely something to consider, whether to trade or not. If you do retreat and keep the bishop on the long diagonal, that makes sense too, to try to counter white's bishop on the long diagonal, which seems to be quite a powerful one. So maybe bishop to b7 or bishop a8. I like it a bit more on b7. It looks like optically a bit more stable.
Yeah, it kind of covers everything. Like, it's always nice to have a bishop or a pawn kind of a few squares away from a knight. You just control the knight on b4, and then a5 will come, and looks still in control. I had a feeling this was about to burst into more tactics. I thought white was going to go for some kingside attack, but it hasn't quite materialized. So, okay, for now, I think we say, Anna, that maybe slightly better for black, but not too much. He goes back to a8. And yeah, we'll check back in on this game a bit later.
Sure, let's go back to the bird's eye view, because there is just a lot to unpack. This is round 4 of the play-ins of today. Nodirbek Abdusattorov has been doing extremely well, and it looks like in today's game again, he just continuously, steadily increases his advantage. Looks already like a decisive advantage, but of course, what else could it be with the Connect 4, isn't it, David?
I even forgot that, Anna. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Nodirbek has the beautiful pawn chain. He has a long-term advantage with a protected passed pawn at the head of that chain. And yeah, we'll see if he can finish that off. But I also want to bring us over to some other joint leaders. It looks like Grishuk may be in trouble for the first time today. And it's an odd position because white's barely moved anything, but what he has moved has been very effective. It's level material on our top board. And okay, he's just brought his bishop out finally. Getting developed, better late than never. And Anna, again, it's this kind of idea of isolated pawns here, just long-term being weak, but also short-term just easy targets.
They are easy targets, and I'm really curious what he is planning to do about that with the pawn hanging on c7. What can you do about it? Does he need to care about it now? Maybe he still has other resources, but the knight could go to d5 to protect it. I guess that's one of the options. And I'm just seeing if there's any counterplay if you don't want to care about the pawn. a6, bishop b5 is a maneuver that black could go for because of the queen being a bit stuck on f1.
Yeah, and it's a familiar maneuver. We also saw it in the Abdusattorov against Pranav game. Oh, now you said it, that's very clever. I guess it's hard to see over the board because it feels like you're on the defensive, feels like you need to just defend c7. But a6 followed by bishop b5. That's the type of thing that would turn around the momentum. If Grishuk finds that, I think he's right back in the game.
I feel like Grishuk is the kind of player that will be looking at resources like that. I didn't come up with that, by the way. The computer just says, a6, easy peasy, everyone would see it. I don't think everyone would see it, but Grishuk probably will see it. I think he has the right kind of mindset to not care too much about that c7 pawn and seize the momentum if he can. So will he find it? Will he see it? To be fair, even if he plays a6, it's not like a miracle. It's not like white is in trouble. White could just maybe care more about that threat and move the queen e2. Is that enough, or how do you care about the threat? I thought it's easier.
Yeah, I tried to get the queen out. It's not easy at all. Like, now you said a6, I can't stop thinking about it. I think also process of elimination. It's like, what else? Like queen e7, probably quite strongly met by queen e2, as you pointed out. And there are some tactics on the e-file. If white ever gets bishop to c3, then black loses all coordination. So knight d5, also very natural, was played. But as soon as white gets castled, it's going to be a big advantage. I'm quite attracted by queen to a6 now, just to stop your idea of a6. And white just needs one more move to get the rook to f1 and development complete.
I like queen a6 a lot. It's such an active move. And then there's absolutely no way that the black bishop will make it to b5. I think white is doing great here. And once the queen moves away from f1, and then you can also castle. Let's remember that white can and probably will castle.
Yeah, white needs to. The only other way to get the rook into the game, which I could maybe imagine, is like h4, rook h3, rook g3, and then you've basically castled and got your rook active. But it does feel slow, Anna. I think he's going to get his queen out. He's going to castle, surely.
I think so too. Maybe he's considering where to place the queen. I like a lot your idea with queen a6. It's just such a natural way of improving the queen, putting pressure on black's pawns, and getting ready to castle.
Yeah, and it looks like Grishuk may be in a little bit of trouble. We saw Salam, he was also maybe struggling in the early rounds, but he's kind of leveling up now as the games are going on. He's playing a bit better every round, which tends to be a good sign. So we'll see if Grishuk can hold. He's been playing a lot online recently, Grishuk, and he's been doing very well Tidal Tuesdays among them. So maybe this is his event. It would be nice to see him at the World Championship next month.
He's definitely very motivated, as you have mentioned. He's been very active playing online and now trying to get that qualification spot for the Freestyle World Championship next month. He does play queen to e7, so both players are ready to castle kingside if they want to. They can do it next move. Just placing the rook on f1 and f8, and that's it. Easy.
Easy, but not yet. This is a nice move, actually, asking Grishuk, do you want to suffer in a bad endgame against the bishop pair and with weak pawns, or do you want to lose even more time and dodge? What would you do, Anna, to take or not to take?
Oh gosh, it's a tough one. Because probably objectively you don't have the time to just move the queen away, because you also need to keep an eye on the bishop. So he does choose to trade the queens, but that means, as you said, black has the worst pawn structure with the isolated pawns and has to face the pair of bishops. Rook a4, Grishuk is trying to play it very actively, targeting the a2 pawn, but after a3, now it's question time again. Do you castle as black, or how else will you get your pieces into the game? He does castle.
He does castle, and he's definitely worse, Alexander Grishuk. We'll see if he can hold it. Facing the bishop pair and with those weak queenside pawns. Anna, let's go elsewhere because things are getting a bit livelier as we enter the latter stages now of round 4. Maybe we go to the bird's eye view.
Yeah, I think the bird's eye view is just showing again how rich the starting positions are. Every round we get a new position, and there are never a single game or two that have the exact same approach on how to develop your pieces. It is very exciting, so creative, and so fun to see the very different kind of ideas of the players. The evaluation bar for Yu Yangyi is screaming a lot of advantage against Anton Guijaro. Maybe we could start there on White's and assess why White's position is so bad.
Yeah, I think it's just a material count here. White is the exchange down, and rook for knight. There's one pawn for it. White has a lot of pawns on the king side, but those are getting traded off. And at some point, yeah, there we go. Black switches focus. The rooks are so powerful here, staring at f2. The knights kind of will replace each other if one of them's taken. Knight takes g3 is a threat. I think that was the moment that it collapsed for White. David Anton, it was quite a while ago. It was already 15 moves ago that he made a big blunder. It's just one mistake, but losing material, and he's not going to get back in this game now. Knight takes e4.
Yeah, this is very, very bad, unfortunately, for David Anton. He's trying, but now the g3 pawn will be captured with a check, and then the knight can hop back to e4 or knight to e2 as well to maneuver the knight toward f4 and put pressure on the d4 pawn too.
Yeah, this is, I think quite straightforward stuff. White's definitely never building a fortress. Everything remaining is quite weak as well. d4, as you said there, g5. Probably if you want to keep things super safe, you can even just trade off those remaining knights and then go pawn hunting with the black rook. I think that's what he's trying to do. Very professional from Yu Yang Yi. And that white knight is holding the black rook passive to b7, but it's not really doing much else. So this is going to be game over very shortly.
Yeah, the g5 pawn will be captured now with check. Then you can also push the d pawn. That's a pass pawn for black. He's playing it very patiently, bringing the king closer, which of course is important in endgames to activate your king. d4, king e5 could be follow-up moves, and this is unfortunately a very much lost endgame with the exchange down for David Anton. If we go back to our bird's eye view, there is still so much underway in round 4 of our playing tournament for the World Championship in Freestyle Chess. Deck against Tabatabai also is promising for white. Salem still has an advantage against Grishuk. Operation's position is also a position where, again, that could have been traditional chess now that they're in a knight endgame, but white's pieces are very active and marching into black's camp. That is a winning knight endgame.
Wow, let's jump in because for Aparin, he could be on 4 out of 4 if he does convert this advantage, and this game does look like it's close to completion. When I first looked at it, I was like, this must be a draw. There's just no material left. But white's knight holds up everything on the queen's side. Doesn't even matter that he's a pawn down on that flank. And the pawn on h6 will deflect the black king. Like you said, Anna, it's one of those weird exceptions where white is so dominant and black is so passive with a king. Playing a king down is probably going to decide this game.
Yeah, that's the decisive factor indeed. Pushing h6, getting ready to move the white king to f6, and there is no way you can hold everything on both flanks. It's so well said, the way you described how the white knight is holding everything on the queen side, so all the action is on the king side, and you cannot stop white from making progress. Even if it takes time, you need to be patient in endgames, but there is just absolutely no way of stopping white from advancing further. What would you say, David, is the key here? What is the winning kind of setup that white needs for these final moves of the game?
Yeah, I think he's going for the slow and steady approach. First, he wants this pawn. Maybe then he'll go for the other pawn, and he knows he's got everything under lock and key on the king side. I was wondering briefly about whether h7 check, deflecting the king, and then taking on f7 was winning. And I turned on the computer; it was winning. The g pawn would have been very, very hard to stop. Yeah, so I think there's two approaches: slow and steady. You've got the bind. You just go for pawns. You collect, and you kind of consolidate. Then you look for the next step, or you go direct with the pawns. Probably what he's doing is very, very professional, and he's going to get it done. But yeah, it's always a little bit of calculation creeps in, right, Anna? And you need to double check everything just in case you let your last pawn get traded off.
Yeah, which would be the only way for black to escape in this game, if you get to trade the remaining pawns and sacrifice your knight for white's last pawn.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So the reason black's not going away with his knight is because white would be able to push on the king side and break through. So now I'm just expecting the knight to go around and collect. And this looks like should be over. Black's plan is to play b4, give up that pawn and then give a check and try and take it with his knight. I'm assuming that's going to happen. Otherwise, just 2 pawns down for nothing. But I think we'll get off one of our first players on 4 out of 4. Actually, that being said, Anna, we've just had some results tick in just a second. Salem has beaten Grishuk as we expected, but big turnaround. Nodibek Abdusattorov lost to Pranav.
What? He had a decisive advantage. Can we just quickly do an action replay? We thought that Nodirbek was one of the most promising players out of the players on 100% score. He has been cruising through the rounds and had a decisive advantage earlier in this game.
Yeah, and just one move before the end, he was winning. I'll just join here where white has an extra pawn, and we see the accuracy under 80% for Nodibek, and it was all about the next couple of moves. Black here checked in the wrong direction, probably should have checked towards the center. The king now moved. White is totally winning after knight g5 if he finds the move h4. Black actually has no checks there. h4 drives the knight away, secures the king, still a pawn up. Any endgame, white will win with the A and B pawns, but he blundered a horrible blunder with queen to g6. He's threatening checkmate himself, one move away, Nodibek, but he forgot that he allowed a check suddenly, queen to d5, and there's nothing to do for the white king. Wherever it goes, for example, if it steps back, there's going to be a queen check, King f2, there would have been a knight check as well. And yeah, this would shortly end in checkmate. Yeah, this is brutal for Nodebek. He actually resigned before seeing all of this, but this is one example of the checkmate. King to g2 now. There would have been queen to g1 check and queen h1. Game over.
Oh, beautiful checkmate. What a turn of events. Just one mistake. Nodirbek Abdusattorov goes from a decisive advantage to losing his first game in the playing tournament, where he has been one of the most promising players. He dominated every single game. Even this round, he was dominating until he made a final blunder.
Yeah, and still a few games going. Aparin could be joining those leaders on 4 out of 4. We saw that knight endgame. He's now 2 pawns up on the top right. Nestorov looks like he's about to join the leading pack as well. Bogdan Daniel Deak is also likely to win, although he'll be half a point back. Which one to jump into, Anna? 3.
Let's start with Nestorov, I was going to say, but I think he has just won, so I'm a bit too late.
Yeah, we could show the final stages of that. It was a nice fork to end it, but yeah, Nestorov is on 4 out of 4. Just to show the final few moves, he was already several pawns up. The knight went back, and now rook takes g7 ended the game. Resigned here, Martin Kravtsov, because after king takes rook, there would have been a check, and at the very end, the black knight would have also been hanging. Game over. Nestorov on 4 out of 4.
Wow, what a tournament this is so far for Nestorov, one of the few players who still is on 100% score. Pranav is on 100% after beating Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and Salem Saleh has also won his game against Grishuk. So this so far is looking really promising, of course, for those players mentioned, but the games are underway. There are still a couple of games in round 4. If we go back to our bird's eye view, I think we have the games you have mentioned already. Well, we have seen how Oparin's one is winning, but no, I'm too late. I'm so slow today. Deak has just won. Sorry, David. Before I can call it, it's already gone.
It's okay. This is the last game remaining, and he's let a pawn go, but okay, he's only got 1 pawn left. He is threatening g7 check. Is this just Zugzwang? Knight to f7 is checkmate, or g7. Oh, that is beautiful.
Oh, you cannot prevent both. Either knight checkmate or the pawn will promote.
This is a nice touch. The pawn will promote. There we go. And
don't take with the king. That was still away. Misclick.
Always away. Okay, still some games, Anna. And,
not on the top boards, but there are so many strong players also in the remaining field. Yesipenko being one of them here, playing this endgame against Navarre, which seems to be balanced, while Lee against Germanos is a rook endgame where black should be converting with the 2 extra pawns.
Yeah, should be converting. Maybe we jump into David Navarre against Yesipenko. We've just this moment seen a blunder, it looks like, in that game. Really tough though for David Navarre to save it. He's allowed this pawn to drop with a check.
That's a heartbreaker. He has been defending so well with the exchange down, but now that the pawn is gone, black will be the one converting this thanks to the A passed pawn. The rook keeps an eye on the G passed pawn of white, while you can start advancing your A pawn.
Yeah, this is a textbook win now. It's funny because some of these positions with the A pawn too far down the board, it's not winning anymore. But luckily the pawn is nice and safe, and you drive things back first. The rook will easily keep an eye on the white pawn. It's as if it doesn't exist. And yeah, now the king is coming. Nothing to do about the advance of this pawn. It's going to be slow and steady winning the race here. Navarro is creating counterplay though.
He steps out of the f-file. Very, very smart. You cannot take the bishop because the pawn would promote. It's no longer a check. And black has made a mistake too.
What? How is that not the winning move? Just to go back 1 second, the game is going to continue, but in this position, king to c4, tracking back, blocking the advance of the white king was best. And now if we catch up, it looks like the white king is going to be creeping up the board. Now the black pawn cannot promote, the white bishop will give itself up for it, and the white king's just in time, 1 move in time to go and support its pawn. Wow.
What a comeback by David Navarre. He kept fighting even when it became a hopeless-looking endgame. Did I jinx it?
Oh, the rook to g6 apparently was winning.
But he's going back and forth. They both made a mistake.
They both made a mistake, but now it's balanced out again. Rook takes bishop. White will not take back because black queens with check.
Wow.
White makes the queen first, and there we go.
Starts giving checks. Oh, then you take the queen and capture the rook. What a game this has been. Quite a finish to round 4, which has been spectacular. David, we only have 4 players remaining on 100% score. Take a look.
And that's going to be halving, at least in the next round. We see some very familiar names. Nice to see some less familiar names on the right side of the page, I would say. We see Badur Jabava's brother, Beglar, on 3. And yeah, some very young players. But yeah, at the top, I think still some familiar names. I would say the big shock of that round was Nodibek Abdusattorov blundering all away in one move, Anna.
From a winning position going to a lost one against Pranav, who is now on 4 out of 4. This is incredible. The fighting spirit, the excitement, the creativity. Of course, this is freestyle chess, so what could you expect? There's still 5 more rounds to go. We're going to take a short break, but before we go, I do need to remind you that you can already use Chessable on chess.com as well. Make sure to use !courses in the chat or go to go.chess.com/courses because now it is the moment when Chessable and chess.com are fully integrated. You can find all the courses, try them out, top courses by the best players and coaches in the world. Whether you want to master a specific opening, deepen your understanding of positional theory, or just absorb the wisdom of Magnus Carlsen, check out go.chess.com/courses or use !courses in the chat. David and myself also have our courses on Chessable. #self-promo. We would love to see you there. Check out all the courses that you can and choose your favorite ones. We will take a short break, but when we are back, there's still 5 more rounds here in the play-in tournament for the Freestyle Chess World Championship. We'll be right back.
We have the freestyle drawing challenge. You can either draw your favorite chess piece, you can try and draw the country where you're from, or you can also draw something else you like.
I can't draw though. I have no like spatial awareness.
I don't think I'm a good painter.
You guys will see how I'm going to draw, or can I?
That would be nice.
I'm drawing the US map with an oval shape. And then we have this. I told you I can't draw. That's not actually what I envisioned. Okay, so this is supposed to be... No, that's not good. Do I include Hawaii and Alaska?
Sure.
But Hawaii is just somewhere up here. And Alaska is somewhere here. I have no, like, spatial awareness.
I don't think many chess players are so talented. No. Something like that. Approximately where would you be living?
Somewhere around here.
Okay, I'm gonna draw a chess piece.
Okay, very good. On that map, where is like Florida, and you can show us a few cities.
Florida. But where's... Yeah, Florida is a little bit too far west on this map. Okay, I'll try another one. No, but this is also not good. Okay. Well, this is Florida. It needs to be a bit longer, I guess. Originally, I'm in the East Coast. I'm somewhere on this map here. And now I'm around here.
Amazing. Wow.
That's horrible. The map is the easiest, but it depends if I want to be artistic or not and draw like a piece. Should jut down like this. It goes over. California should be like something like this. It should go up. And then Maine should be right over here. And, okay, it's a bad drawing, but this is much closer than Fabiano for sure. Someone should still be able to tell this is the US.
My thought was that he was supposed to draw France and mark Paris. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I've lived here. I've lived here in Florida. I've lived somewhere up here in New York. I mean, this is terrible, but whatever, it's close enough. I lived in St. Louis, which would be somewhere in the middle, up here towards like all the Great Lakes, somewhere up here. So yeah, it's a couple of places that I've lived in the US. I lived in Seattle, which would be way up here, so it's not perfect, but I think someone will tell based on Florida being down here that it's the US. So I've lived in all these different places.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of the official playing tournament for the FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. This is already round 5, and we only have 4 players remaining on a 100% score. David, there is no rest for the wicked. I almost missed our broadcast start time today. What do we have here now in round 5 as the starting position?
Anna, you weren't the only one. Several of the players lost almost a minute on their clock as they got back to their computers, as they got back to their screens and got ready to play again. A break is often some nice respite for a lot of the players, but often it does break momentum, and some of the players maybe wanted a bit more time. We see a very standard-looking position, something that I think we've seen more of throughout freestyle chess in 2025, with queens, bishops on one side of the board, kings. Very easy to castle them. We've already seen many of the king's castles. They could have done that as early as move 1. And here we see a lot of bars still locked in the center of the board. Okay, I'm going to take us to a clash between 2 players on 100%. That is Pranav, after that turnaround against Nodibek Abdusattorov, against Salem. That's the top left board, the brown one, because it looks like an English opening. A lot of them do look like symmetrical English openings, with c4, c5 being played early on. And the queen and bishop combo for both sides being unleashed early on. What do you make of this?
I like it. I think it's always great when you get to have those diagonals for your bishops and queens. It does look also like the right approach to the starting position. As you have mentioned, it looks like an English opening. And after d5, I'm really curious if we will see a trade on d5 or what will be White's approach to this question that Black is asking you. Do you want to trade on d5, or do you let me maybe even push that pawn further at some point to d4, or allowing d takes c4? What would be your thinking like here, David, when there's tension in the middle of the board between the pawns?
Yeah, you shouldn't ask me, Anna. I would take that pawn off in a heartbeat before it gets to d4 and connects the chain. But,
yeah, of course. Connect 4 was a threat. I didn't realize.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point, because I think it's a stylistic thing. I don't think there was a right or wrong answer there. White did play f4 very recently, so I think he was trying to build up for f5. But f5 does, for now, allow the black knight into the center. So I was thinking maybe you keep the tension, maybe you bring your knight out to f3, hint at f5. But I think just it's so natural to want to clarify the center, to take away the opponent's options, to block things, for example, with d4. So I don't fault Pranav at all. And he's all about the tempo chess. He loves to create threats every single move, and they've begun. Whoops, if I can draw my arrows right. He's attacking that rook, and that rook is going to have to sit on a clumsy square if it wants to save itself.
Yeah, whether you put it on c6 or c7, in both cases, it will be blocking some of the other pieces of Black, creating not that much harmony between the pieces. So it is looking very promising. I like bishop to g4.
Mm-hmm. And the other tempting move for Black is e6 to block the attack, but that only encourages f5, and that's where calculation is very much needed. And it feels like a position that's going to suit both sides. But I think just because Pranav is the first to get the attacks in, I also see the eval bar. Yeah, probably it's a favorable start to him. I think this f4 plan has been very, very effective. Just going to act as a bit of a battering ram on the king side here.
I would be really terrified from that pawn push, f4 to f5, especially what you mentioned, that e6 just steps into it. But if you don't push e6, then your rook will be blocking your bishop on the long diagonal with rook c6, or rook to c7 blocks both the bishop and the queen. So not very pleasant when your pieces get so tangled and you don't have harmony between your pieces on the queen side.
Yeah, this is still early, of course, but I'm liking White's attacking chances on this diagonal. At some point, maybe the queen will line up with the bishop. At some point, the knight might join in the fun and go for the weak g7 pawn. And of course, f5 is also hanging in the air. Rook c6 was played. Clumsy move, but maybe a necessary one for Black. Should we zoom out of this for now, as Pranav's likely to spend a bit of time trying to figure out how to continue the attack?
Yeah, I think we could go back to the bird's eye view, because there's so much going on. And again, we see such different approaches to the same starting position. It's always really exciting to see how each player decides to develop. Do they castle? Do they not castle? What will be the pawn structure like? Which one do you find the most exciting right now, David, from the remaining boards? We have 4 players on the 100% score. Salem, Nesterov, Oparin, and Pranav are all on 4 out of 4, but the remaining boards are very promising too. There's just so much creativity and fun, I feel like, in these middle games.
Yeah, and exactly, a lot of creativity allowed, a lot of different pawn structures. Maybe just briefly, I'll bring us over to Denis Lazovic against Gokha-chan, because that is pretty much the same structure that we just left. And I think one thing we can learn, the eval bar's dipped a bit, still good for white, but the one thing we can learn, Anna, is that this pawn structure in these kind of symmetrical English positions, it's really good for white. Bishop f5 now pointed out as a really strong move. It's just all about the diagonal action here, and feels like sacrifices in the end. Knight takes f7 maybe. This is just a very strong attack for Denis Lazovic.
Yeah, you're so right that we see the same approach here. It's one of the first moments when we see two similar approaches, and Bishop f5 is on the board. What can Black do about this? You cannot move the rook, and the only way to save it would be to push e6 or to block on d7, but neither of them look like they will be saving the day.
Yeah, I'll just put it on the board while he thinks. He might have to sacrifice the exchange here, Gokha-chan, because e6, I think, is going to walk into knight takes e6. That would be the logical follow-up. And normally you don't want to give up kind of 2 pieces for a rook. Here, white probably is reluctant to take the rook, which is trapped anyway, but white's attack will continue, probably with moves like queen to f5. And just to show it, Anna, I'm going to say, okay, maybe not b4. I'll play a move like queen to b6. And now I just wanted to point out queen takes f6. And this one, checkmate. Checkmate. It's in the air. Okay, he hasn't gone for this. He saw it coming and he played b4. So he's happy to go down material instead. He's allowed a capture. And once the knight moves, this rook is trapped.
Wow, that was an incredible line that you showed, David, with the power of the bishops over the diagonals. We'll not see it, unfortunately, but what we do see is that white is getting the exchange up and is not even in a hurry taking it, because you cannot move the rook and you cannot block the diagonal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not much to do about that. And c8 rook trapped. The c5 pawn is also a backward pawn that could be targeted. I think this is a likely victory for Denis Lazovic. And yeah, we'll check back in a bit later. Let's zoom out again. Yeah, the reason I brought us here, Anna, was because of that pawn structure. And I think we're starting to see patterns emerge throughout the day, like what's good, what's probably best avoided. And this specific start position, it felt like that f4 break combined with c4 just looking really good for white.
Yeah, both Pranav and Lazovic went for that same approach, and they are both in winning or decisive advantage positions, so looking very promising. Abdusattor went for a different approach, but he does have connect 4. So, David, I think we gotta show it.
Yeah, we got to show it. And also, I mean, evaluation bar backs it up this time. This is the strongest pawn chain ever. And I mean, this is also the most beautiful bishop in the center. White's going to play knight to d3, knight to b4, and this backward pawn on c6 is not long for the world. And it's just full board domination. And it is just about the pawn structure here, I think.
It is, unfortunately for Black, it's quite the sad story of that pawn on c6 being fixed, a constant weakness you need to hold on to. The king is trying. Going to d7 means that now at least you can free your knight, but it's a very passive position, not much space for Black's pieces, and also no way to create counterplay.
Yeah, he's also a pawn down, I just realized, as Black, which doesn't help either. One thing not to do with white would be to take on h7, because the bishop might get locked in after pawn to g6. But yeah, he's just going to slow play it, maybe start pushing h4, h5, like kind of maximize on all sides of the board, and then we'll see whether white goes for some kind of breakthrough. Yeah, maybe with knight b4, d5. Something will happen, something will crack eventually. But Nodebek, 8.5 minutes. He's got plenty of time to figure out what's next.
Yeah, and it is looking very promising from both the positional and the time situation, as you have mentioned, David. I think if we go back to the bird's eye view to check in with the other boards as well, there's quite a few where the evaluation bar is showing a bigger advantage for one player or the other, being also board 6 between Muradli and Vokidov, where black is doing really well. And I would love to just check in for a moment and see the factors that make this position so good.
Wait, is this normal chess or freestyle chess? This looks like a really standard position. But also,
It does look normal, very normal, too normal.
why is black doing so well? White's got a huge threat, like bishop takes g7. Oh, knight h5 ideas, bishop takes g7 ideas. What's the material count?
In fact,
there we
it
go.
is happening. The bishop sacrifice is on the board. The capture on d5 was not the best for Vokidov. He missed bishop takes g7, or he missed the follow-up. He must have missed this move, isn't it? Although the knight fork was screaming.
Yeah, maybe he felt there was nothing else. I'm surprised he's thinking now, though, because the rook is attacked. King takes bishop is a knight fork, knight h5 check. So he has to move his rook. There we go. So maybe it's actually going to work out quite well. Black is pinning and therefore winning the c4 pawn. And yeah, Anna, I still feel that white is going to get some good practical chances, since the black king is never going to be completely safe. But I guess the cold-blooded computer says black's going to be up a pawn soon.
Yeah, that is very cold-blooded, not caring about the king situation, not having any emotions about the weakness around the black king. It's saying that this is still fine for black. It does look like you cannot really do anything about the capture on c4. The pawn is attacked by 2 rooks, 1 queen, and the pawn. So it is going to fall no matter what because of the pin. Probably white will at some point move the bishop away, I was going to say, although there's no hurry because the knight fork is still a thing. For a while, it will be a thing.
Yeah, and knight to h5, I guess, immediately is diffused by the black queen just stepping back. But yeah, definitely in the air. And okay, I think he's doing the right thing, Muradli. He's trying to confuse his opponent here. Yeah, the black king's not going to be safe, at least for the near future. So there's going to be counter chances. If the black bishop moves out the way, for example, now there's going to be checks on the back rank.
Yeah,
okay.
I think this is a lot messier than what the computer shows. The evaluation board being very confident about black's advantage, but I think in practice this is still very chaotic. The time is on black's side. That I think helps here, that you have time to calculate in such a messy position.
Yeah, actually, I think you've just nailed the key factor. Like, practical terms, it's a bit messy, but having 5 extra minutes or 4 extra minutes compared to your opponent is a bit of a godsend. So yeah, this is one we'll check back in on, but Vokidov, advantage on the board and on the clock for now.
Looking promising indeed. And if we go back to our bird's eye view to see what else is happening in round 5 of the play-in tournament for the Freestyle World Chess Championship, this is still so much action. I don't even know where to start. We already have talked about Pranav and Lazovic doing really well. Lazovic with the decisive advantage. Pranav's advantage has not gone in the right direction. It looks like black is holding on, Salem defending very precisely.
Yeah, maybe we show that board, we bring it up, because Salem has been thinking for a while now, and he has to find an only move. He needs to move his rook. Otherwise, there could be trouble ahead. It still looks like a dangerous attack brewing. And Pranav is a very, very aggressive player. I think it's one of the most difficult blue arrow moves I've seen in a while as well. Don't understand it even slightly. Rook c7, Anna. Help me out.
What?
Why is that the best move here?
I don't get it. What is the rook doing on c7? Why is this so necessary?
Is it just to play knight back to e7 to kind of defend the other knight? That is so sophisticated.
Very much so. If that's the reason. I guess now that you told us about the move, David, we can go back in detective mode and also just like figure out the factors that are there. But who would think about that move in the first place? Like, seriously? I would rather play... And he plays it. Of course Yeah, easy.
Wow. I guess process of elimination, there weren't many, like there were no good knight moves. Like this is a pin, the black knight in the center couldn't really move. The queen had to keep defending g6. The bishop didn't really have anywhere to go. So maybe process of elimination, but that's so calm and classy to realize that knight e7 is an important resource.
Yeah, such a cool move. Now I really like it, but I would have never even thought about it. Of course, that's why I'm a commentator, not the player that has made this brilliant move. Salem it just easily finds it. The only good move for black, apparently. Knight h4 and
And
knight
again,
e7. This is the idea.
yeah, he's curling up into a ball. He's kind of all hands on deck defending g6. There's going to be an exchange here. Okay,
So
it looks
now
like
he
a
can
fork.
take back with the pawn, which is a fork, and then there's bishop e6 to get out of the fork with a check. But at least that will chase the knight away from h5. So I think black will be seriously considering capturing with the pawn.
Yeah, it does look a bit scary though. Like if the black king's driven to the corner, then like there's some rook h4 ideas. If
With the rook on the fourth rank, yeah. You gotta calculate this before you do anything like that. He takes with the knight, which apparently is a mistake. You had to go for the opening of the h5, which looks terrifying. Knight f4 was a great move for white, but black plays rook g4 instead, which again is criticized by the computer. I think it just goes to show how complicated this position is, David. Mistakes back to back.
Yeah, this is what like this is another level. This is like classical chess. Maybe the players, a big maybe they find the best move, but I think in this time format they're doing a very, very good job. And ultimately, it's the same idea as knight f4, which was the best move according to the computer. It's all about putting pressure on this diagonal. The black knight is the glue holding things together, and that's soon dissolving that glue. He's going to win a pawn, I think, in the near future at the very minimum, Pranav.
Yeah, it is now so much pressure on the king's side, and you can't really move the knight away because of the h7 pawn falling. So you will have to end up losing that pawn and try to create compensation for it, try to claim that there's something. But also time-wise, it is a lot of pressure now on Salem, who's down to 1 minute and 12 seconds.
Needs to speed up. According to the computer, the best move by a distance is rook back to e7. It just came from there like 3 moves ago.
Of course,
apparently
easy.
That's what he should be doing now.
I thought he was going to play it again because he found rook c7 just as easily. Rook
Exactly.
takes
And,
g6.
wow, Anna, check this out. Oh my gosh. That
Will
is...
he find it?
I mean, it's fine. I think this is findable. I think like you see that there's a checkmating pattern around the black king. The white queen is going to later go and join the h file. I think it's findable, but it takes courage.
It does take courage because bishop takes g6 would just win the pawn, and bishop takes g6, then you can play knight f4. Looks also very promising to go for that knight fork.
Oof, yeah. Bishop takes g6, and then the knight dropping back to f4. Maybe the downside is the black bishop then can come into e4, but still good for white. Still very tempting. Rook takes g6. Or if he doesn't play it, we'll show it. I make a promise there, Anna, but
Please
I think
do.
he's going to play it.
I
Pranav,
feel like there's a
it's his
chance
style.
he's slowed down. He's definitely calculating rook takes g6.
Yeah, he loves his sacrifices. He loves
And
his
it's on
attacks,
the
and there we go.
board.
He plays it.
Good.
He did it. He saved me from having to try and figure out why it's so good.
So white is down on exchange, has just sacrificed the rook, as Levi Rosman would say. The reason being that this white bishop there is controlling both the h7 and f7 squares. There's going to be a checkmate net around the black king. Knight f4 has to be found on the only way. The only way to keep the advantage.
Yeah, even that in itself is not so easy. Like the move I wanted to play originally is to just at all costs bring the queen over to the h file just to deliver a deadly check. But there, the black queen is able to slide over to g5 and defend everything. This is huge for the standings. Whoever wins this is going to be on 5 out of 5, past the halfway mark, still on 100%. If he can win this game, Pranav, that is going to be so important, priceless almost. But he needs to find
It
knight f4.
is. He's one of the few remaining players on 100% score, and he has found knight f4 too. He's playing incredibly well this attack.
Yeah, and so many threats, Anna. He wants to firstly move his bishop, like bishop f5, just replace that bishop with the knight on g6. That's a family fork, a royal fork. Or he wants to somehow get a queen, maybe a rook as well, over to the h file. This is tough to defend for black.
Really tough. I feel like we're going to see a bishop retreat, bishop to f5, maybe to threaten the knight fork on g6. Bishop to d3 is the other one, and that would allow then bishop c4 in case the king is trying to escape.
Oh, now you said that, I didn't even think of it, but that looks very, very tempting. I think
he will go for
moves are very
that.
common.
Yeah, one of the bishop retreats is what he's going to play. I feel like he's also going low on time, though. He needs to find the most critical moves here to continue with this brilliant attack that started with the rook sacrifice and exchange sacrifice that he has gone for on g6.
Yeah. Yeah, time is going to trip him up here if he's not careful. He needs to make a move. It's easier to attack than defend when low on time, they say, but you don't want to drift too low on time, even if you are attacking queen to e1. Threatening queen h4, so queen g5, I think easy move. There we go. He had to find it, and he did find it. Salem fights on. e4.
Suddenly the position is complex. White is trying to block the diagonal because he couldn't move the knight away. There was a threat of mate on g2. Rook f3 is now possible, as you are showing, since the bishop's diagonal is blocked. So it is still really dangerous for the black king, but black is back in the game. h4. Both players are so low on time. 22 seconds left.
Oh, but we might have just seen a blunder by Salem.
He steps back into the knight fork. The rook is hanging at knight g6 is a threat as well. He moves out of the knight fork with a check, and now possibly wants to move the rook, but it's too late, it feels, because knight e6 is also a knight fork.
Oh, Forktown. He's the latest member, the latest resident, and there's also deadly checks in the air. Oh, the queen's coming. It's
and it's even stronger. White doesn't want the rook. You want the checkmate instead. The queen is coming in. And how do you protect everything when the light squares are fully available for white's pieces thanks to the bishop and the queen combo?
Black needs a knight. Black needs the queen nearer. Like, this is over. There's nothing to plug the gaps, to plug the holes. And mate in 4 appears on the bar, the eval bar there. It's over, Anna.
And it's fours, check after check, queen h8, and after king to f7, the bishop gives a check, and queen g7. It is checkmate on the board. What a beautiful attack this has been by Pranav, who moves on to 5 out of 5. At the moment, only Operin and Pranav are on 100% score, and maybe that will be the case after this round. This is it. 2 players on 5 out of 5, and the rest of the field trying to catch them.
That was one of the most classy games of the play-ins so far. That was high quality from start to finish. Pranav with the nice sacrifices. Rook takes g6, knight back to f4. He found the key moves at the key moments. And that's why we see him joint with Apparent at the top of the standings. Anna, if they can keep up their form, they're going to be looking like favourites to qualify in the top 4.
Yeah, and the top 4 is all that matters today in our Swiss stage of the play-in tournament. Tomorrow will be the semifinals and final for the one qualification spot that is for next month's World Chess Championship, the Freestyle World Championship in Weissenhaus. So there's still 2 games underway, David, if we check in with what's going on in the remaining positions.
Yeah, we have 2 games still going. It looks like Alexander Rustamov is winning. That's slightly further down the table. Tabatabai as well looks like he's winning with 2 extra pawns in a queen endgame. That's the blue board. And he very much needs to win after losing in the previous round. He would move up to 3.5 out of 5 if he does take the win. Which of the 2 do you think is more difficult? It looks like Rustamov's getting there. Piece up now. Extra knight.
Yeah, we might need to check in more with the queen endgame, since there could still be a potential repetition of moves, a way to continue giving checks with the queen. That's always a defensive resource if you manage to give perpetual check.
Yeah, and he's allowing some checks here. Really surprising that he moved his king. He could have pushed his pawn to e7, for example. Might have been easier to hide on the 8th rank if he'd done that. But okay, still winning for white. I think the white queen's so nicely centralized that she's always going to be able to block. Or, there'll always be tactics. Black's king as well. There's going to be some cross-check ideas. The king's now safe on g8 if it needs a hiding space. No. Yeah, it's always scary, right? These queen end games. Like, you don't want to blunder anything, but you know you're probably winning.
Just gotta be precise, and there's not much time on the clock. So there is some practical chance here for black because of the time situation. But now it's sitting mate in 10, mate in 8 now after pushing the pawn.
And there we go. He gets the win. I mean, Tabatabai, no more checks for black, and the resources dry up. Important win for him. He's still 1.5 points behind the leaders, but if he wins the rest of his games, still a chance. Wow, we're past the halfway mark, Anna.
We are, and there's only one remaining game, but that's a knight end game where white has an extra knight and 2 pawns. I think that's way too much. Black is trying his best with knight to b7 in case you could get the 2 pawns at least, because then the 2 knights cannot give you checkmate, but white doesn't have to allow any of that. King c7, what a cool move. And that was the end of the last game of round 5, which leads to the following standings. David, only 2 players, Grigory Oparin and Pranav, remain on 100% score, 5 out of 5. Bogdan Daniel Deak is on 4.5 in clear third, while there's so many players on 4 points trying to play catch up.
And this is why I love freestyle chess, Anna, because in a classical chess tournament, you see 2 players in the lead. Maybe they'll take their foot off the gas a little bit. They'll play it a bit safer. Maybe a draw, the most likely. They want to secure cement their place at the top of the standings. But freestyle chess, there's no such thing as an easy draw, quick draw, no such thing as a safe opening. And we see almost another English pawn to c4 that unleashes 2 pieces at once, the bishop, also the rook. I think that's a good tip for everyone at home. If you can develop 2 pieces or more with a pawn push, that tends to be the best move on move 1. And black does the same. c6 a bit more restrained. What do you make of this start position? Knights in the corner this time.
I'm not really a fond of the knights in the corner, but it's what it is. It always leads to what you're showing right now with the arrows, David. We are so used to having the rooks in the corner that the pawns would not be hanging, but in this case, it's immediately being captured. Both players are capturing the pawns. Both rooks are hanging.
Exactly. Some symmetry there and some early exchanges. I'm surprised Pranav went for that. Like, he could have kept a lot more tension by blocking the attack on his h-pawn, for example. I guess now he's arguing that white has a little bit more space with the pawn on c4. White is going to push the pawn forward, unleash the queen with a gain of tempo there. I still would pick white, but more pieces off the board, that tends to suggest that he wants to play it safer, Pranav.
Yeah, I think this is a solid approach, but I do like white's position. It's solid, but with the space advantage and also easy development, I think he's going for a solid but still somewhat more of an ambitious approach. Although, as I'm saying it, knight to b3 is getting questioned. Why, David? Why this move is not good?
It goes back to what Nakamura said years and years ago about Fischer Random Chess 960. Don't put knights on the 3rd rank if they can be dominated by pawns. Pawn on b6 stops the white knight going forward. It's always a case-by-case basis, right? But maybe the knight was better towards the center. Maybe it should have been going the other way. I don't think it's going to be a game-changing move, at least.
Yeah, it is very balanced still, but that's a great quote that you mentioned by Hikaru Nakamura, and so true for freestyle chess. And you can see that with both knights on the 3rd rank here, that unless you have some great spots to go to, unless you can find the right maneuvers to activate your knights, it's not doing much on the 3rd rank. It's not the same as having it on f3 and c3 as it is in traditional chess.
That's true. Knights on c3, f3, they're harder to dominate. They're closer towards the center. Knights on b3, g3, unless they can leap, they tend to be quite ineffective. So we'll come back to this game. It looks like a quieter one. Understandable, I would say, Anna, just because they're both in the lead. Neither side really wants to take too many risks, but might come to life a bit later. Okay, there's action elsewhere. Maybe I can take us to Lenia Dominguez against Nodibek Abdusattorov, just because that had one of the weirdest starts and still looking like a bizarre position. This is after 6 moves, Anna. It's just pure chaos all across the board.
Wow. Can we do an action replay on how we got here?
Let's do it. It started as a Queen's Gambit, and surprisingly, d5 on move 1 already given a miss. c5 would have been strong already. Hitting h2 and hitting d4, I think maybe a blind spot for both players, but d5, white does the same this time, hitting d5, hitting h7, and check this out. this is a trapped rook, but Dominguez here maybe hadn't spotted that white had to deal with a check. B3 takes, the knight took. Really, really surprised that a takes B3 wasn't played, hitting the bishop. And because now after C5 it gets chaotic, and I'll catch up because they're speeding on ahead. Just as we saw earlier, both rooks trapped, and here everything getting traded off. And when the dust settles, it's level material after all of that.
That's absolute madness. And also, I still don't understand why the knight took on b3 when it felt like it was so natural to capture with the pawn and attack the bishop on a4, but there's already water under the bridge, and the position is now balanced after having started in the most chaotic way possible.
Yeah, it's really rare in chess to see all of the rooks disappear while so many minor pieces are still on the board. Like, it's just queens, knights, and a set of bishops each now. Who would you pick?
Good question. I somehow feel like optically, I like that black seems safer, but white has more space. This is a bit of a pros and cons. And there's no more castling. The rooks are gone. It's so strange.
Yeah, maybe if the queens ever disappear, I think it's high likelihood of a draw, opposite color bishops. But I think I would pick white just for the next few moves. At least it feels like some threats being created. Like you said, a bit more space. Queen coming out to d4. There
yeah. Do you need to trade this, you think, with queen d8 before it gets too powerful, the queen in the center?
Yeah, good question. It's just some calculation to be done, I guess, about whether white could go pawn hunting there for the g7 pawn if the queens disappear. But okay, he takes a safe method, trades off the bishop, and gets his knight into the game. Looking level now.
Yeah, it is a lot more balanced now and looking a lot more normal than how it started. Maybe if we go back to the bird's eye view to compare this, and if there were any other games that started in such a madness fashion that we saw in this game, now looking closer to a draw than it was before for sure. But the starting position has had so many different approaches. When we take a look at how the other games are going, it is just such a wide range of how you develop your pieces, what pawn structure you go for. Connect 4 in David Anton's game against Grishuk, who also responded with the Connect 4. David, what do you say about the double Connect 4?
It's probably a draw. I've corrupted you. I'm so sorry, Anna. Like, I meant to mention it once at the start of the day and then forget about it, but
no, I can't stop.
I'm just hooked. I'm sorry. Oh, I feel bad now. I've corrupted everyone at home probably as well. Mutual connect fours, it just means equality. That's my landmark saying.
Okay, so there's nothing else to say about that game. We can move on.
Yeah, just a quick picture. And yeah, it feels like they're balancing each other out. I quite like white's chances here, by the way. Just a quick hit on the queen side.
Yeah.
But then again, long term, black is doing quite well.
Yeah, that does feel like a very vulnerable spot that you can immediately attack with knight to a5, and the only way to guard it is to move the rook to c7, which blocks the bishop, so it makes the pieces not very harmonious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is just a packed board full of life, full of potential for both sides. Elsewhere, there is some action. Some weird stuff was going on between Pranesh and Matlakov, but also Alexei Sarana against Danis Lazovic on the third board. Maybe I can just drag us over to that game. Here we go. It is simplified, but I see 3 black pieces completely asleep, Anna. That's going against everything we're taught in chess.
Yeah, goodness me. How do you even approach that? There is no time to develop all your pieces. Castling helps. That's good that you can castle at least, but still the knight and bishop are stuck.
Yeah, you still need a few moves to get those pieces into action. I must admit, I forgot black could still castle. I had this kind of vision that black had walked away from a check. He'd kind of moved his king, but of course he can swap them around. White is a pawn up, so maybe these pawns moving at some point in the near future. But then again, the black bishop is almost ready to keep an eye on that diagonal.
Yeah, maybe it's not as bad as it seemed. As you mentioned, the castling move and the fact that black could still castle does change the nature of the position. So it's looking promising for Sarana, but perhaps not as simple as it seemed.
Mm-hmm. But Danis Lazovic definitely in a little bit of trouble. I think a loss here for either side would put them out of contention already for the top 4 spots. So important not to lose at this stage of the tournament. You ideally want to win, but you can't take too much risk. E takes f5 there. Knight takes is slightly tempting, but it's just a one-move threat. Black will take on g4, so he has to take with a pawn. And what would you say, winning chances versus black holding chances?
I think black is back in the game now with the activity of his pieces. Then the bishop coming in quickly as well. The knight will need to also try to rush with knight b6, knight to d5 toward the king side. I think thanks to the fact that white also has a piece that's struggling, that a1 knight, looking at you down there on the bench, still not in the game, that makes it so that black has time to activate his pieces too.
Yeah, this is very, very slow. Knight to b3. Some tactics in the air. Rook f7 kind of comes to mind with some pin ideas. Like you said, Anna, bishop e5 also very, very logical move, trying to drive the knight away, trying to win the pawn back. And it does feel like probably the worst is past for Denis Lazovic. Should be able to hold this game now, hold this position.
Yeah, I think he has a good chance. Probably knight b6 will be played, or knight to c7, trying to get to d5 quickly and find the right moment to activate the bishop. I like the idea of the pin that you mentioned as well, with rook to f7 in the right moment. I guess it could be at any point, but yeah, I just feel like that knight in the corner is now the main priority to hurry the development.
Yeah, I just realized I hung my first piece of the day. I was like, why not bishop e5? I was looking at it for so long, and then I was like, wait, the rook's still on e1. In my mind,
I didn't want to call
F1.
you out on it. You don't call out the GM. You know, it happens.
You should have said it, Anna.
To anyone. Anyone can blunder. It's okay, David.
Thank you. It took me 6 rounds to blunder. I'm pleased with that. That's why I'm not playing in the tournament.
Now, this is a great learning opportunity for anyone. And everyone blunders, everyone makes mistakes. It's part of the game. It's cool.
Yeah, exactly. In my mind, I was also looking at rook f7, rook g1, and then bishop e5. So then it would have been fine. But somehow I was like, wait, why not first? But yeah, here, I love your plan of putting the knight on f6, or at least controlling f6. And it feels like that will solve all the problems for Denis Lazovic.
Yeah, I think he's back in the game. And if we go back to the bird's eye view, we do see that there's a lot of players that have kind of gotten out of a not so good starting position. Many of the games are level.
Yeah, maybe the start position, something about it. We saw lots of those blocked pawn structures. Yeah, I'm looking at the top few boards, and although the computer does say level, Pranav has sacrificed a piece for 3 pawns, so there's an imbalance there. The clash between leaders, of course, very, very important. On board 2, Salem against Dayak, that also looked quite tense. But here, Anna, I'm going to put you on the spot. Pawns or pieces? Connect 3
oh, gosh.
or the knight?
Oh, Connect 3 is not Connect 4, so peace. But
Yeah.
as I'm saying it, I'm a bit worried that it's not easy to activate the pieces. If those black pieces were more active, then definitely the pieces, since they are not really active and the white pawns are doing a good job controlling the black pieces, I think this is quite balanced. Not just because of the evaluation board, but I don't really see a way to make progress from black's perspective.
Yeah, it's hard to know what to do for black. And also white would love to play like e4, but the rook covers f3. Can't really push any of these pawns on the king side without leaving weaknesses. So knight's leaving the board as well. The rook coming to the h-file. Suddenly I'm starting to think, okay, that's a clever move, putting pressure on b6. Yeah, I was going to start preferring black there. But it does feel like probably with best play still just totally balanced. Maybe at the right moment, black will find a way to sacrifice a knight for 2 or 3 of those pawns and totally neutralize white's potential of a pawn storm. But okay, rook c3, that looks like an odd plan, Anna.
Very
Doesn't look
strange.
like he's playing on the right side.
Yeah, and now the black rook is coming to the open h-file. I like that move a lot. It's the right moment to make something like that happen. Rook to h2 or rook h1 check and activate black's pieces further.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this could turn. I don't really like Pranav's plan at all. And there we go. Oh, the bar collapses.
Oh,
c5.
c5. He really wanted to attack b6, but c5 opens the diagonal of the bishop, threatening bishop to a4, winning the rook. So it doesn't matter that the pawn is hanging.
And he finds it. Could we see someone on 6 out of 6? Grigory Oparin d4 now is such a logical strategic move as well. There we go. The white bishop is looking so bad suddenly. That white rook.
It's looking terrible. He missed it. This idea, you said it, that it was strange, the rook lift that he went for with rook c3. It was the wrong moment, the wrong idea to carry out. And now black's position is winning. The pieces should be dominating. Still takes some maneuvering. You still need to make your way into white's camp with the black pieces. But you have all the time in the world now that the pawn structure is fixed.
Exactly. As long as he doesn't blunder bishop takes c5, then he should be winning this game. Parin, that white rook is so poorly placed.
Yeah, you can't get out of it. How do you? Even if you try really hard, how do you get out of it? Rook a3, rook a8 would be the only way, but that's not happening.
Never, ever going to happen. I mean, black might play rook a8 and say, okay, if you can play rook a3 if you want to...
Oh gosh, what a heartbreak for Pranav, who played really well the whole tournament so far, but this game he went for the wrong idea, hitting the b6 pawn, only played into black's tactical patterns with the bishop's diagonal opening up.
Yeah, and I mean, strategically it felt wrong, but tactically it was even worse, and there we go, b5 played. Not just the white rook, the bishop now on a7, almost totally stuck. But there is a threat. There is the idea of giving a check. I wonder whether black should be taking time out to stop that with bishop c8, or whether there's something else. Maybe the knight can move away. Still feels good, but what's the winning plan, Anna?
Very good question. I would love to place the knight on f4 as a start, because it feels like then you can hit on e2, and it's just in general to activate your pieces further. It doesn't look like there's an immediate knockout, but it should be part of the plan for sure to activate the pieces more.
Yeah, he plays a safety first move, but the bar drops. This was also my instinct, but Anna, it's suddenly, maybe it's just a bit too slow, and b4 just about breaking out before it was too late. Now there's a weakness. The white bishop and rook are both saving themselves.
Yeah, and Pranav is back in the game. Maybe it was too early to call it. Now that the rook is active, the pawns are about to be picked up on d4 and b4 as well. Material is disappearing from the board, and white is no longer in trouble.
Wow, that's how quickly it turns. Like you said, like we were close to writing white off. That's such a bad rook, such a bad bishop, but one move changes it all.
It's just how it is in chess. It's really is just one mistake. It can cost you the whole game. In case of Oparin, he's not losing the game, but he had a winning advantage, and now it's only a draw. Perhaps he still has the better position, and it looks like rook takes b4 was a mistake. White should have gone to capture the other pawn. The d4 pawn was more important.
Yeah, I did also feel like the d pawn was more important, and it was also more forcing that variation. So he probably looked at that one first. Now he's got to give up the e2 pawn. No way to defend it. After rook e8 or rook h2 looked like the same thing. Black is running out of pawns, and that's why white should now be trading. Oh, a4. That's tough.
You can still take on d4, but that runs into tactical patterns, so it looks like he has to find a4, as the blue arrow is showing is the only way to stay in the game. Will he play it?
Think?
Can he find it?
I think yes.
I think so too. It's also the principled approach. You need to try to trade as many pawns as possible. Make black have no pawns remaining.
Yeah, I think on paper, like I've looked at these weird endgames before, like rook, knight, and bishop versus rook and bishop. When it's opposite color bishops, it should be a draw, but I think it's just really tough to defend in practical terms. So if Pranav can get all the pawns off the board, maybe he can hold. But if it's the same color bishop, I think it's a bit easier, because then they can trade off. They can always cover the same color squares. Black chances, as long as there's rooks on the board, black still with very good winning chances.
He doesn't find it. He takes on d4, and that apparently runs into a lot of problems after rook takes e2 check. Where do you place the king? If you just drop back to d1, for instance, after rook takes a2, the bishop is hanging and has nowhere to go other than b8.
Oh, and black's got this passed b pawn. Like the d4 pawn wasn't running away, but he took it. Like, I'm so shocked he didn't play a4 there.
Yeah, it was the only way out for Pranav now. Black's position is winning because of the factors that David already mentioned. it has been a really difficult game for Pranav, and to be fair with Oparin, he has been putting a lot of pressure on his opponent. Also on the clock, with 3 minutes still on his clock against 1 minute and 23 seconds.
Yeah, and Oparin, he's got great technique. Like, it's no coincidence that he's a second of Fabiano Caruana. He's a fantastic player in his own right. He is so classically trained. He understands things so deeply. I don't think he's going to blow this one. The fact that the B pawn promotes on the light square probably helps with the bishop of the same color. The rook will go behind in the near future, and this does look like a matter of time now before black breaks through, moves his bishop.
And might not be the most accurate according to the computer, but it still seems to be improving the position. It's not that clear cut. The finish, how to close those curtains and knock out the white king. White is still trying with rook to f8 and then trying to push the pawns. This position, though, I feel like the engine is just criticizing every single move, even though they are very human moves.
What do you think the odds are, Anna, of black accidentally giving away the B pawn in return for all of white's pawns and rook and bishop versus rook?
Oh, not very likely. I don't think so. But it's likely that he plays moves like this, rook a4, which looks like a natural move. And then the engine says, no, it's not the best. But then b4 is the best. So it just goes back and forth.
Yeah, especially with the clock now ticking down. I think Oparin's getting excited. He's next move, wherever the white king retreats to, he's got to go pretty much back now or to the side. But d3, c2, b2, there's always going to be checks. The rook's going to go behind, and the b pawn is so close now. On b3, it's going to be safe forever, protected by its bishop.
And that's the plan, indeed, that Oparin is going for. These are the only two players remaining on 100% score. And after this game, it could very well be the case that Grigory Oparin will be leading the tournament with 6 out of 6. If he manages to finish this game in style and convert it into a full point b3, he is on the way. He's on the way to get that full point and become the sole leader with 6 out of 6.
Touching distance now. That was the key final move to swing the rook over to stop the g-pawn. And now the b-pawn is destined to become a new queen or cost the white rook its life. And the white clock goes red under 20 seconds now. Pranav, he needs a miracle.
He does, and I don't think there will be one. Also, when you look at the time situation, it's Pranav down to 14 seconds. Oparin now will probably move the bishop, I was going to say, but you can just push b2 and say, I don't care, I'm promoting. And that's resignation by Pranav. Grigory Oparin becomes the sole leader with 6 out of 6, the only player on 100% score.
Incredible stuff. Congratulations to him. He's stretching. He's looking a bit surprised, maybe going through the game review there. But it did look like he was always in control. The piece beat the pawns. And we see some games remaining. Salem in big trouble against Dayak, but a bit of a time scramble there. David Anton looks like he's better against Grishuk, but that is really wild. Queen versus pieces. Anna, I think we should go into one of those two games.
Sure, I will let you choose this time because I've been just so drawn to the Connect Fours. I'm too addicted to this term from now on.
That's my fault. That's my fault. Let's go to David Anton against Grishuk as we see, okay, there was checkmate threatened. White now has 2 knights versus a queen, but white has so many pawns. And Anna, apparently white is the one winning. The queen just unable to fight here against the pieces.
That's really unique to see the situation where it doesn't matter that black is the one with the queen. You have a rook, not even the rook. I mean, it's just the 2 knights and a pawn, but that pawn is a pass pawn. The number of pawns here doesn't matter even that much because the c7 pawn is about to become a queen, knight to b6 as you're showing David, and next move c8. Black will be able to give up the rook for that pawn, so white is waiting with the promotion and trying to maybe block it. Promoting now. Interesting, but black is also with the pass pawn on h4 now.
The good thing for black is that the moves are easy. Like, at some point, you're just going to play h3, h2, and hope that white isn't in time. But knight f7, apparently, the only winning move, and he doesn't find it. It's so difficult with no time on the clock. He's under 5 seconds, David Anton. And h3, this could turn, Anna. This might be a black win.
Uh-oh. It's now
give up the
showing
rook?
equality, but white has to give up the rook for the pawn, and he does, and he plays rook c7. That 2 queens on the board. Knight f6 is a check. It looks like there's some checkmate pattern, but the king goes to g6, and it's running away. What a save by Grishuk. It completely turned around. Can we do a quick action replay, David, of the last moves?
The last moves, it came down to this pawn running down the board, and this here was the moment where white still has the advantage, could potentially have even taken this queen or just moved the knight back, but after retreating the knight, he realized in this position that he had to give up his rook, and I think he panicked, taking incredibly Anna probably still is a fortress for white, because in a position like this, the knights defend everything, black has no pass pawns, the a pawns will run, but judgment call with 2 seconds on the clock, impossible. He played rook c7, a new queen was born, and here he missed that the king could run to safety, and it would be taking one of the knight's next move, for example, and black would be a queen for just 1 knight up. Grishuk takes the win. Bit lucky, but he got there in the end.
What a turn of events, and that's a heartbreak for David Anton, who was fighting so well against the queen, but you can't fight against 2 queens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's 1 queen too many, and I think just a couple remaining games now in this round. We see, 1 game here, Pranesh. Seconds each, Anna. Why is it always all these pawn races? Why is it always new queens being born?
When the
so
wrong
many
move now
turnarounds.
just played. The wrong move, both of them promoting.
Impossible to find the best moves. Just to show everyone at home, in this position, black could have played rook to h7, taken the pawn, then made a new queen, but that was tough. And we're going to see a long queen endgame now, long grind ahead.
Very long grind, which is now again equality. This endgame has been crazy, going back and forth.
Wow, we saw 1 set of new queens, then they traded off, then another next set of new queens. So we're on if you count the first set, this is the 3rd set of queens that are now in play.
Wow. How unique is that? And the position is still level.
Yeah, it's probably just a draw by perpetual check now. I mean, it's madness, these types of time controls. Like the top players, they keep a little bit of time in the bank to try and navigate the complications, but it's just impossible. Like at some point, you just have to trust instincts, and especially, Anna, I don't know about you, but like for me, pawn races, they're the most difficult with no time on the clock. Like to just make a snap judgment.
Yeah, this is so difficult, and as you said, under the time pressure, they both crack. There have been mistakes back and forth, and it's so understandable with the situation being so complex. No time, only 10-second increment, but what a crazy endgame. Now with the queen trade, we're gonna get to see a 4th set of queens.
There've literally been like 8 queens, if you count separately, 4 each on the board. Like
Absolute
3 promotions
madness.
each.
How unique is that? It also feels like it's scholastic chess. That's where I see so many promotions.
Exactly.
But it's 2 grandmasters, and now it's 2 kings remaining on the board. What a game. This was the final game of the round. Goodness me.
That was a fitting end to the round. It was a crazy one, and one that also benefited one player above the rest. A Parin now in the driver's seat, Anna, to make the top 4. 3 rounds remaining. If he gets 2 out of the last 3, he's probably there in the top 4. He's in the lead, half a point ahead of Deac.
Yeah, what a tournament this has been so far for Grigory Oparin. But as you mentioned, 3 more rounds remain, and every player right behind Oparin is so hungry for those remaining spots. The top 4 will qualify to tomorrow's knockout stage, so it is crucial, of course, even if you're not first, whether you can make it to the podium. At the moment, it would be the 4 players highlighted, but there is such a big competition on 4.5 points as well, and even the players on 4 points. If you manage to win the last 2 or 3 rounds, it's not easy, but it might be possible, you will have a chance. We were saying maybe 7.5 might be enough with good tie breaks. 8 points seem to be the magical number for the qualification.
Yeah, I have a feeling maybe 7, like the very best player with the best tie breaks on 7 might have a chance if results go their way. But of course, at this point, I think everyone's just determined to win. They don't know other results, right, Anna? They don't know their own tie breaks, so they just will be focusing on going for the full point in every remaining game. Apart from Apparent, who might be happy with the quality.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that, David. I was going to ask you if you think that he will change his approach or will he just take one game at a time as he has so far. It has worked out really well for him, but this is when you start thinking a little bit about the tournament situation and the starting position. If we take a look, this is round 7 already. We have one rook in the corner as it should be, with the king next to it, while the other corner is occupied by a knight, and we have what we are earlier had on the queen side, now the 2 knights and the bishops on the king side.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's a total mirror image, kind of the right half, left board inverted. And yeah, I've never seen that in freestyle chess throughout the whole of the 2025 Grand Slam season. And then suddenly here in the play-ins, 2 in the space of a day, heavy pieces versus minor pieces, and lots of e4, e5 in this round, and lots of kind of centers disappearing. The E and D pawns traded quickly. Anna, lots of knights dancing, especially on the top board. That brown board there with the leader.
Let's start with that. I do love the fact that there's already been trades there in the center. Both the E and the D pawns have disappeared, and the knight is now jumping to f5 as well. Can we just take a quick action replay on how we got here?
Yeah, it's a 4-knight tango right now with the dancing of the knights, but it started in very classical fashion. E4, E5, knight G3, knight G6, total symmetry. Normally the top players want to break symmetry in freestyle chess as soon as possible, so D4, take, but rather than be a bit cramped and rather than allow white to have this nice pawn on E4, black traded it off. And here we go. This is how we got here, Anna. And yeah, I always get confused tactically about these knight jumps. Who's going to move where? Like, you don't want to blunder any knight forks, especially with this D-file tension. It feels like there's a load of tricks. But for now, probably, well, probably level. Total symmetry. Copycat chess.
It is, and usually at some point black will need to change the strategy. So far it's absolute copycat chess and the mirror position. At the same time, it feels safe. It feels like there will be trades on the d5, whether white or black takes, but one pair of rooks will disappear. We probably will see the white bishop going to c3 to put pressure on the g7 pawn, but then black can push f6 and say everything is safe and solid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Oparin, he just feels like he's comfortable here with the draw. He's playing his closest rival. He'll still be in the sole lead if he holds this game with black. And then just one more win with the white pieces should be enough to guide him towards those top 4 spots. Bishop to d2. It's not easy to keep the symmetry anymore, but maybe the knight will just retreat back to e6 or d5. Look like the 2 safe squares. There we go. Maybe this is more stable. And yeah, it looks, to my eyes, totally level for now. And probably a question of when either side is able to castle queenside. They won't need to castle through check. The king just moves to c8. So rook's on the d-file, and I guess is the first real determining factor here.
And it's such an important factor that you can still castle. Both players can still and probably will castle. That's the best and the fastest way to activate your rook from the corner. Get it out to d1 and d8.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about to happen. White is doing it, and black is also preparing for it.
Oh, look at the knights. They're just mirroring each other. Like e3, g3.
Can we get the queens mirrored as well? It's not going to be possible, but almost.
Yeah, almost. Black was trying to keep white from castling queenside because then this a2 pawn would be hanging. But yeah, not easy to do that anymore. Okay, now we'll see both sides castle.
Castle. Best moves. Gotta be the best move.
There we go. Castle. I'm going to call it. I think this is
traditional chess. Almost.
Yeah. I think this is going to be a draw, Anna. How about you?
Yeah, it's very balanced. It's probably the most balanced out of all the games, because if we do go back to the bird's eye view, I see some games blowing up. Like Vachier-Lagrave against Pranesh is probably completely winning already, and I wonder how that happened. It feels like a piece has disappeared, and I don't know how.
Yeah, big blunder from Pranesh early in this game. Maybe we jump in and just do an action replay. That definitely is the most advanced progressed board that we have so far. We see some other more blocked middle games, some very open middle games. It looks like everyone's gone for those weird knight jumps with the whole center disappearing.
Yeah.
Here, white, as you said, Anna, knight up. But I think the blunder was quite early on in this game. Black, oh no, that's heartbreaking. It was a mouse slip. Oh no,
Oh,
poor Pranesh.
really? What did he play?
I think he meant to play bishop f4, attacking the queen. That's fine, that's healthy. He played bishop e5. Oh
No.
no. And that's sometimes what costs you a chance at the World Championship.
Oh
It's
gosh, that is
heartbreaking.
hard. That is a heartbreak. That is so painful. But it happens. Mouse slips happen in online chess.
Yeah. And that is why in the live position, if we catch up again, white has the extra knight. Not much else to say. Yeah, poor Pranesh. We move on. We go back to the bird's eye view.
Oh, now we know what happened. But yeah, that is a really difficult one for Pranesh to recover from. And he's likely losing this game now with the piece down. With the bird's eye view, I do see quite a lot of different approaches again. It was such a curious starting position with the heavy pieces on the queen side and the minor pieces on the king side. I wonder which one would you pick if we take a look at all the remaining top boards. This is already round 7 of our Swiss stage of the playing tournament of today. We do have Pranav here if we want to dive further into this position. David, Nestorov against Pranav.
Yeah, and sorry, Anna, I just took us here automatically without the bird's eye view because it feels
Oh, no worries.
feels like a big advantage for white already. And I think the black king just a bit too slow to get castled. It feels like white's breaking through at some point. b5, is that a viable sacrifice? Oh, it feels so close. And okay, I won't even say it, but white should have a big advantage here somehow. Maybe even knight to e5. Occupy the center. What do you think? How to capitalize here and now?
Yeah, I do like a lot white's position, and at the same time, I'm not sure what's the right way to continue. Whether to jump into the center or try to bring the rooks to the b file and c file, maybe push b5 at the right moment. Perhaps with a rook on b1, I will be ready to do that. So that could be promising, to try to attack the king with b5 and then launch those pawns against the black king.
Yeah, I like it. And just to put that move on the board, rook to b1 threatens b5. If black tries to block, I think this is the most natural move. Then I guess white can, at the very minimum, take and now drop the knight back. It's very important, I think, that the black king cannot castle over to g8 since the rook on f8 has already moved. So the black king is destined to stay on this side of the board forever. So probably just knight c3, b5, b6, maybe connect 5, Anna, if the pawn ever gets...
If connect 4, what is connect 5? Immediate resignation?
Yeah, basically. It's moral resignation. The knight is coming to c3, b5. Yeah, it's rolling, those pawns.
Gonna be really difficult for Pranav to deal with the connect 4 turning into connect 5.
Yes, I promise that's the last time I'll mention it today. Okay, queen e8. He is thinking still, though, Nestorov. Been thinking a long, long time. Knight e2. The same idea, though. He wants to push through with pawns on the queen side. Knight to e4 is Pranav's response. Okay.
Now, how do you deal with this? Do you want to jump into the center as well? Do you care about this knight on e4 or not?
I do care about it, but I think he's chosen the right idea. He's going to play f3 and boot it out of the center with force.
Much better than taking indeed, so that there's no black pawn appearing on e4.
Yeah, exactly. And like often I'm reluctant to double my pawns, Anna, but I think we can all see that knight to d4, that's going to be an eternal outpost. Beautiful one for the white knight.
Really pretty. That is a dream position for the knight. And the black knight cannot say the same after f3, having to retreat and being really clumsy. It's almost trapped the black knight.
Yeah, it's going to have to go some really weird squares, like you say, clumsy squares. This looks like a really, really nice position for Nestorov, who might well be moving on up. And he'll be on 6 out of 7 if he does get a win here. Still a while away. I'm expecting f3, as you pointed out. And then the knight to c3, and then the b5. And it's kind of slow, but it's kind of consistent. Momentum is building.
It is building. And for Pranav, this is so tough. He was on 5 out of 5 head-to-head with Oparin. He lost that game against Oparin, and now he might lose his second game in a row.
Yeah, he is the type of player who does, who does tilt slightly, I would say, Pranav, having watched a lot of him, both in classical chess and online chess. Nesterov super locked in. And we see the players side by side here. It definitely looks like, even body language, Nesterov looks focused. Pranav's wiping his eyes, Anna. He's tired.
He's really tired. He was yawning earlier when we said how he's going on a losing streak. He doesn't care. He's just tired. Poor guy.
He needs a pranap. He needs a nap. A long day of chess. Okay.
How late is it in India? It's also, of course, with online tournaments, it happens that they are in very different time zones, but it's just what it is. It's what you need to deal with. And hopefully they got some rest in the mini break that they had earlier.
Yeah, exactly. The top players, they're professionals. They know that often they'll be playing in the evening, so they might wake up a bit later. They'll try and peak at the right time of day. That's part of the routine as a professional. And yeah, I've seen him wipe his eyes, but still go on and crush loads of opponents, Pranav. So I'm not ruling him out just yet. But F3 played, and when the knight drops back, I think knight to C3 is a really nice one. Black's queen will not dare to take on B4. Just to show a cute tactic, knight C3. If the queen takes on B4, white can win in many ways, but knight C6 is one of them.
Oh,
and,
pretty.
B1.
Yeah. I love that tactical pattern. Sacrificing the knight to open up the b file and win the queen eventually. Knight to f4 is played instead and gets a question mark. Okay. This is the wrong direction. Knight c3 was so natural.
Yeah, it's still good. And Nesterov looks like he's already celebrating on the camera. I think that was more of a stretch than a fist pump. But getting rid of the black queen would have been so nice. Then the pawns roll. Still good because of the black e6 pawn. But Anna, I'm just as shocked as you are.
This is so puzzling. Now without the knights on the board, it's still nice for white, but it's not as decisive as it could have been. B5 black needs to find, but I guess with process of elimination, like that's the only way you can stop white from pushing B5.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise you might get squashed. You have to play B5. I think he finds it. Pranav hates to suffer passively. B5, there is en passant, but black will recapture. And the king is surprisingly fine. It's only one weakness. That's the key, I guess, Anna. Like, you need two weaknesses to target if you want an advantage. And Nesterov, he's misplayed it. He's undersold his advantage.
And he probably feels it. He knows it, that this is not what should have happened. B5 is on the board. Pranav defending so precisely. And as you have mentioned, David, en passant is possible, but it's not as dangerous as it would have been before the king situation.
Exactly. Oh, what he would give now to get a knight on the board. If he could turn back time, put a knight on e5, he'd just be winning with white. But rooks, it's not enough.
It's really puzzling what he might have missed going in the wrong direction with the knight, but you cannot go back in time, as you said, David. And this is now looking okay for Pranav. He stops the bleeding. He could very well achieve a draw in this game, or maybe even become ambitious once everything is settled.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now this game looks like it's really settled down, as you say. Maybe we zoom out and go to the bird's eye view, see who else might be trying to catch up with the leader. We can confirm that Aparin did draw. It was a very quick draw, as we kind of predicted, against Bogdan Daniel Deac.
He's still the leader, but so many players are trying to catch him. This is the first moment that Oparin drops half a point. He was the only player on 100% score. Now it's 6.5, still the leader, but there's so many grandmasters hungry for those top qualification spots. Which position calls your attention the most, David, out of the remaining boards?
Yeah, I'm looking across. It does look like Maxim Matlikov is in a bit of trouble against Salem. Salem has had an up and down tournament, but that's on the bottom row, the orange board. He's up a pawn with black. It looks like Alexander Grishuk has an advantage, albeit a difficult position to evaluate. He has an advantage against Denis Lazovic. Maybe we jump there, Anna, so we can decide, do we want the rook or do we want the minor pieces? White is up the exchange, but about to lose this knight on a5 or the bishop on b7.
Oh, this is a hard one. It's always, I think, very tricky to evaluate material imbalances and in which position which is better because there's no general rule that you can rely on. I feel like now with knight e4, king takes a5, as you mentioned, that was bound to happen. The knight is trying to poke the bishop on e6, but it just feels like there is enough for black. I guess you at some point need to come back with the king. I don't think black will leave the king on a5, just having a vacation. Probably king to b6 feels like a natural move. Attack the bishop and come back to where the action is.
Yeah, if the center is king of the hill, like what's a5? It's like king of the... I don't know. Not great.
Yeah, we do need to run back and play for king of the hill. It has just been played. Now the bishop will retreat. And then I'm expecting black to also activate the dark square bishop. Knight takes e6, intermediate move, and then the bishop can come back to e4. This is feeling very balanced again, that even though it's material imbalance, but they're balancing each other out.
Yeah, with best play, it definitely looks like it should be a draw. I think I would probably take white just because at some point it feels like you might be able to, worst comes to worst, give up the rook for a piece and some pawns and kind of guide it towards a draw. With black, I could see things going wrong if like the white king is ever able to march forward on the light squares long term, if the white rook's able to come and start targeting some pawns. F4 I'm expecting in the near future as well, just to block the black minor pieces. But yeah, it should be level, as you say, Anna.
And f4 is on the board, as you said, starting a pawn fork with f5, the knight drops back to f8. And it is a position that I guess we will see Grishik trying to play on and trying to put pressure on black, but with good defense, Lazavic should be fine. I think if we go back to the bird's eye view, there's still so much going on and actually very crazy positions. A lot of advantage for Salem against Maxim Matlakov, and Nesterov now has a winning position against Pranav again. Can we just check him back with that game just for a moment? Because we said that Pranav was out of danger. What happened?
Oh, maybe you relaxed too soon, and maybe it was a case of being over ambitious for Pranav. A few moves ago, things started happening. I'll just back up very quickly. Actually, here he should have played rook to e8, or he did play rook to e8, sorry. And after g4, oh, he shouldn't have taken. He helped white to undouble the pawns. I'm really shocked that he took on g4, but his whole idea was to pin with rook to g6, and maybe he'd underestimated this. And a g5 traps the rook forever. Can never get out now.
Oh, that's such a painful location for the rook with no future, absolute no future. And even if you try, how do you get the rook out of there?
I don't think you can. Oh, that's so sad. And queen to d3 might hit that rook. White's just going to play king g3 and try and take this pawn on e6 as well. Oh, Nesterov's tricked him. Pranav, that was self-inflicted.
It really was, unfortunately for Pranav. Now this is a position where it's not about an immediate win for white. It's just the fact that you cannot move your rook away from g6. You're playing with a piece down, essentially.
Yeah. Oh, I even fear that like f5 might be a good move, and like pawn takes, then white can just play like king f4. The black rook is still stuck in g6.
And it's happening!
F4
to f5. What a pawn sacrifice. Beautiful.
Beautiful. And yeah, actually king f4 might have been too much, maybe.
Yeah, blocking with the queen is perhaps safer, and the rook still cannot move. It feels like after the capture, the black rook should have some room, but there's absolutely no square with the e5 dominated by white's rooks, and the f6, h6, and d6 squares taken away by the white pawns. This is so sad.
So sad. And there's infiltration next with rook to e7. This is this is the beginning of the end for Pranav. The rook comes in.
If the computer says that one of the best moves was rook takes g5, just give up your rook for a pawn. That says a lot about the position.
Yeah, I think he'd rather resign than play that move. Lots of options now. How to find the killer blow. He's happy to even trade queens. That's how dominant his position is, Anna. He's forcing the queens off now. Otherwise, checkmate.
And how crazy, David, that even with the queen trade, it's mate in 6. Yeah, trading the queens is leading to checkmate.
Yeah. Black's going to be in Zugzwang. That's crazy. The rooks will double up on the 7th rank and come in behind, and Black can do nothing.
Oh, and then you either get checkmated on a7 or on b6. Or, yeah, just, a7 and now rook b7 threatening rook b6. There's no way out. That's so instructive. Beautiful game by Nestorov.
Yeah, the final position of that game, if you look up the word dominance in the dictionary, you find that position. That was beautiful.
Small smile. I expected a bit more of a celebration, but of course the tournament still goes on. There's still 2 more rounds to go, and there's still games left in this last round before we take a break and before the players also get a break. This is round 7, and we are left with just a handful of games, David.
It's endgames galore now, endgames everywhere. I'm going to take us here because for the standings, it's extremely important. Dominguez against Alexei Sarana. Dominguez has been winning for so long, but things are turning. He's 2 pawns up, but suddenly Black might have some counterplay with a bishop check. The e-pawn looks strong. Anna, do you think miracles exist here? Can Sarana save himself?
Oof. He's trying. He's trying to pull a miracle for sure. I think the time factor. I'm gonna say Black has a chance because of the time.
Dominguez, 2 seconds, 1 second. Oh, he's already let his e-pawn go.
Flag. Yeah. Now the position is apparently equal since the Black king got in, can capture the pawn on g3, allowing f5 check. So you still need to calculate what's happening there.
Discover check. Let's discover check. This diagonal, discover check. This diagonal, the Black king takes on g3. Someone's getting checked. Oh, what to do?
Wow. At least he has the time to calculate. And this is a moment to invest time in. Do you take on g3? Do you give a check on c4? Pick up the b5 pawn? What's the right way to proceed?
Yeah, Sarana is very, very good with his clock handling. He's always up on time. And he's happy to go back and, this was the trick. He allowed a double discover check, but now a double attack. He's going to get the g6 pawn.
He did not care about the h4 pawn because the g6 pawn was a lot more important to catch and capture. Now, this is still a pawn up for white, but the material has gotten a lot less menacing. Bishop c4 may not have been the best, but they are so low on time. And when Dominguez is playing on 3 seconds.
Looks like we might be headed towards a draw. The players cancelling each other out. Sarana leans back. The body language gives it away if he takes the bishops off. Wow, even if he takes this one, it's a draw. He's happy to play a piece down. And he's just going to put his king on a dark square, maybe on h8, put his bishop on g7, and you can never get checkmated. Anna, this is surprising that he went for this rather than taking the bishops off.
Very surprising. At the same time, this game has had a lot of a roller coaster moment because of the time pressure as well on Dominguez, who's been trying to convert the pawn up endgame, but essentially Sarana's defended as best as he could and took his chances when he was given chances.
It's always one of the last ones to finish. Dominguez is always playing these long games. It's funny because this is going to be 2 bishops versus 1 bishop. Nodibek Abdusattorov still playing. He's got bishop and knight versus just a knight. It's all these 2 minor pieces versus 1 minor pieces endgames.
Yeah, and of course they have all the right to play on because the opponent can still make a mistake even if it's a theoretical draw.
Exactly. Sarana looks pretty chilled. Dominguez doesn't look too optimistic about his winning chances.
He's shaking his head now. He knows. He knows, but I think he'll still try.
A little bit longer. He'll exhaust the 50 move rule. He really doesn't want to take that pawn, but okay, here we go. 50 moves kicks off.
So now we begin.
Now we begin counting. Yeah, I guess it's just a draw because white can never catch the black king on a dark square. There's always going to be bishop trade offers. And I don't think either side is going to be too happy with this result, Anna. They're going to be on 5 points. And it's not quite enough. There's going to be 2 rounds remaining. They will need to win both of their last games to have any chance of sneaking into the top 4.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of players on 5 points. Our only leader is Grigory Oparin on 6.5, and then 2 players, Bogdan Daniel Deak and Arseny Nesterov, are on 6 points. From there on, it's players on 5 points. So actually, 5 points is still a good chance. The draw is official now, and that was, I believe, the last round. Last game of this round. No, because Nodirbek is still playing against Amin Tabatabai. The 2 minor pieces against 1. Is there a way that Black can make a mistake, get into some kind of a trap, a trick?
Unfortunately for Nodibek, I think the answer is no. Like, there's no way to fork a knight. Especially with another knight. That's the good thing about these positions. Maybe if the knight gets onto one of the corners, you can trap it, but you need a lot of help from the opponent, Anna.
This is move 106, by the way. I don't even know when was the last capture, so that the 50 move rule began a while ago, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try to actually figure it out.
Yeah, it looks like the last capture was maybe move 69, so 119. We're closing in. Move 111 now.
8 more moves to go before it's officially a draw with the 50 move rule.
Unless I've missed a capture, but why is he putting his king on the corner here? The knight's running out of squares. Nodibek's getting excited.
Imagine if he just steps into something really bad 1 move before he can claim the draw.
Yeah, imagine if he blunders his knight just before he gets
that would be
to safety.
So brutal. This is move 114. 5 more moves to go.
Mm-hmm. Nodibek, yeah, he just can't break this fortress. The knight's just going to move back and forward. Found a safe square. We think this is the last few moves. Are we correct? Or will they play on? 1 more move each.
I think it's 1 more move, and it's officially a draw by the 50 move rule. No progress, no captures in 50 moves. And for Nodirbek, it is a disappointing result. He was trying really hard earlier in the game to win. He is now also moving on to 5 points, as well as Amin Tabatabai. So many players are on 5 points, but there's still 2 more rounds to go. The players will now take a short break. We are going on a short break as well. But before we leave, I do want you to remember that something incredible is coming up, and that is the live finals of the Speed Chess Championship in London, England, February the 7th to 8th. Mark your calendar and use !TICKS in order to check out the tickets, because there are still tickets available, ranging from general admission to VIP experiences, meet and greets. David will be there, I will be there, Magnus will be there, Hikaru will be there, Denis Lazavic and Alireza Firuja in the semifinals and the finals of the Speed Chess Championship. You do not want to miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to meet your favorite players. And by that, I don't mean me, I mean Magnus, Hikaru, Alireza, Denis Lazavic, and David Howell, of course. We will all be there, and we would love to see you. Check out the tickets before they are gone. We are going on a short break, but when we are back, there's 2 more rounds to see who will qualify to tomorrow's playoffs.
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess.
Welcome back, everyone, to the official broadcast of the playing tournament for the Freestyle World Chess Championship. There's one qualification spot left for the World Championship coming up next month in Weissenhaus. And there's so many strong players trying to fight for that one spot. David, what we have seen so far in 7 rounds with 2 more rounds to go, what are your thoughts and feelings?
Well, it's been a lot of fun. We've seen some cool themes that tend to arise during freestyle chess. I'm going to say Apparent looks like he's nearly there. I think he's one of the standout players so far, both in terms of how smooth his games have been and, of course, the results. After that, it gets a bit more random. Of course, there's 2 players on 6 points. After that, it's open to anyone. So if they believe, if they have the confidence and the execution to get these wins, they can still make it. Potentially a world championship awaits.
And what a world championship that will be, with already the 7 of the players qualified and confirmed, 1 more spot remaining. Huge fight for that 1 remaining spot. And as you have said, for Grigory Oparin, it's looking good. When it comes to the starting position, is it looking good? What do you think of what we have gotten for this round, David?
Oh, it's interesting. They've been going for a while now, and some big thinks. Already one board hasn't made any moves yet. I'm not sure if that's because of a late return from the break from Mikhailian on the bottom left, or whether he's just so bemused by the position. It actually looks a bit like the start position of normal chess, at least on the king side, but a few different details. Knights in the corner on A1, A8. I think this is going to be hard to hard to create much. It looks like a lot of symmetry so far. Anna, how about yourself?
Yeah, this is the closest we have seen to traditional chess, to the traditional starting position for sure. And I do feel like we're going to see a lot of C4s and D4s. Makes sense because the queen is where it normally is. The rook is on the C file. So those moves make a lot of sense. And it's funny how the king side is literally how it normally would be, except for the knight and the bishop being switched around.
Yeah, and let's jump into our leader, Oparin. A win here, and he'll be inches away from banking his spot. Even 7.5 at this point looks like it might be enough to get into the top 4. And the reason I jump here is because, as you said, Anna, quick action replay, C4 on move 1. It actually activates 3 pieces, which is really nice. And C5, he's already created a threat as early as move 3. Undefended pawn here, and that's just been defended. Queen to C7. What do you make of this?
It's funny how you get to have these hanging pawns at such an early stage, oftentimes being the pawn on the edge of the board if the rook is not in the corner, or in this case the b7 pawn because there is no bishop guarding it. I think it's looking nice, the setup for white. It's not much, of course, but we are only on move 4, so we can't really ask for much with just the first starting moves after the bishop coming to e4 and knight coming to b3. I think the follow-ups will be possibly a knight development, that knight from f1 heading toward the center, I would think. I'm curious if we're going to see castle, and who will castle and when and how, and which side. David, what are your thoughts on castling from this starting position?
Yeah, I think both sides would definitely want to castle kingside. The question for white is how to do that, because there is some tension on this diagonal. He makes it clear that he at least wants to hint at bishop to g3. That's quite a nice way to block the pressure. But, checkmate in 1 threatened. Knight takes g2. That will be defended with your move, Anna.
That's quite unique. Quite unique to threaten checkmate in 1 with knight takes g2 on move 5.
Ooh, no smothered mate. It's defended. Knight e3. He saw it. I'm shocked.
Crazy. The leader of the tournament didn't get checkmate in 1?
No. And, okay, still can't castle for white because of, for example, knight takes e2. Just any knight check out of the way. There'll still be tricks on the h2 square. So I guess his next move, ideally Oparin, will be bishop to g3 with a pin. I don't really like what Salem's done. It's quite high responsibility. It looks a bit weird for black. Like the queen is a bit, I don't know, it blocks the bishop. Knight and f4 looks strong for now, but could just become a bit of a target. White's got more centralization.
I do like white's position more. It's looking a lot more harmonious, and black still needs to answer a couple of questions about his development. The main one to me being the g8 bishop, and after e6 it's looking also sadder each time for where do you place that bishop?
Yeah, I guess he's basically showing his hand here that he wants to play f5, kick white's bishop away, and then he wants to play bishop to f7, get it off the back rank, and then castle. But wow, the bishop goes back voluntarily. It only came from there a few moves ago.
That's strange. Does get a question mark from the computer. What do you think is his idea behind it? Does he have some kind of an immediate move after f5 that he is getting ready for? Does he want to push d4 or g4? G4 looks crazy to me, but who knows nowadays?
Yeah, that's a good question. I quite like it. f5, g4, that type of thing. I'm surprised. I don't see what he gains by waiting for f5 now. Like, it might happen anyway. He's only giving his opponent more choice. Maybe he wanted to prevent d5 with gain of time, but that would have only opened up the white rook. That's a bizarre retreat. Maybe he wants to do the same thing that black has done, like put a queen on c2 and... Oh, it's mysterious.
Could be, but by retreating the bishop, black is not even forced to, so to say, push f5. You can also go f6 and bishop f7, bishop g6, slowly but surely maneuver your bishop out and not have the pawn in the way.
That's very true. That's very true. I really don't understand why he didn't play, for example, bishop to g3, or maybe there were other moves. Okay. I'm expecting, like you said, f6 or f5, one of those two moves. Possibly the outsider being maybe h5, just to get the bishop to h7, but after a trade, impossible to castle on that side of the board. Feels like a nervy start.
Yeah, at the same time, I do want to mention that this decision also surprised Salem to such extent that he's spending a lot of time here. And maybe on a psychological level, it is a good decision. You are confusing your opponent. You are the tournament leader, so you're confident and maybe your opponent believes it. Maybe he's like, wow, there must be some genius idea behind this move. So you start getting in your head, see ghost, and spend way too much time.
Yeah. That's a very good point. Like, Hikaru does that. He'll play quick moves. He knows they might not be the best, but they provoke the opponent to think. He knows that like the opponent's always going to think that there's a cute idea or something crazy going on behind the scenes, when often it's just a generic kind of developing or improving move. D4, though, we do see action and queen trade offered.
Yeah, well, that is going in the direction that we were saying, because I guess whether we trade now on d4 or white will take on e5, but the bishop on g8 will still have to develop with the pawn getting to f6 or f5. But as I'm saying it, Salem pushes the h-pawn. You can place the bishop on h7, but this doesn't feel like the right way to handle it. It doesn't fight for the center, and it doesn't allow you to castle off the bishop h7 and trading on h7.
That's true. The rook will have moved, so no castling kingside. Maybe the idea is just to cement this knight on f4, which is a bit of a nuisance. Hitting e2, meaning white can't castle, keeping an eye on g2 as well. Like, if black gets one more move and plays h4, maybe the rook will develop via h5 as well. Maybe he's just given up on castling, but okay, we'll find out, Anna, because that's been blocked, and now blue arrow appears. Wow, already.
Blue arrow? Black needs to take the queen. There's no other move that's okay.
Something's changed, Anna. He would love to play f6, like you said earlier, to develop the bishop, but now f6 would be met by g3, and the black knight would have been trapped. It only has g6 to retreat to, so he had to trade queens and had to find this move.
Oh, it's because the pawn has been pushed and the g6 square is vulnerable. That is a really important tactical pattern, and a knight that's looking so powerful on f4 and active could get trapped because of pushing the f-pawn.
Yeah, and white gained time for h4 as well, meaning that after g3, black never has this move knight to h3. It's no longer a safe square. There is a question, though, Anna. Like, this is a bit of a skewer. Like, the knight is hit. Ooh, it moves away. b2 wasn't possible to capture because of knight d6 check ideas. But is he winning a pawn here?
Where's the knight going now? Does he want to go all the way to a7? That looks like your knight will never get out of there.
Oof. That's a good point. I guess there are some tactics against this knight. Wow, this is getting really complicated now. Because if the knight goes back, then c4 is hanging. He might be losing a pawn here.
Wow, this has turned quite quickly, and the computer still likes it for white, but it's because the engine says it's completely fine to place the knight on a7. Everyone would play that move because it's safe and it's fine, and nothing to see, nothing to worry about.
Like, what do you think? Is this move even on his radar? And if it is, does he pull up the courage in such a key game of the tournament to play it, to trap his own knight?
It's absolutely crazy. I don't think it's a move that normally would be analyzed in a 10-minute rapid game where you really just are trying to play it safe and solid. I don't even understand fully, even by looking at the computer moves. And he's playing it. Never mind. He's the tournament leader for a reason.
Wow, that's a sign of a man who's confident and a player who's on form. Like, if you're not 100% confident, you never even dream of knight a7 in that position. That is wild.
Yeah, because you need to follow up. Like rook a8 literally traps the knight. There's nowhere to go. You cannot protect it. But it's the right way to do it. It's the right move because of then g3. And of course he's playing it. And you allow bishop takes b2, of course.
Wow. And everything's hanging. Like, rook is hanging, knight is hanging, knight is hanging. I guess rook to c2. And somehow white is emerging in decent shape here. Just to follow the computer line through, bishop to d4, pawn takes knight. If rook takes a7 now, then c5. And I mean, even this I barely understand. White now apparently is much better, despite being a pawn down, just because of the clamp on the dark squares. This is deep
madness.
Stuff. And this is happening.
To go out of your way to play it, because he was provoking black to push the pawn, get your knight trapped, self-trapped on a7, to then hang the pawn and allow you to be down a pawn, to then understand that you are better by allowing all this?
Wow. That is deep, deep sophistication. I mean, this is classical chess worthy. I mean, he plays bishop h7. That's a cute move, actually, to hit the rook. And now f5 only move, of course. Anna, This is a high-quality game in the penultimate round.
I feel like we are watching classical chess, traditional classical chess at a tournament where you have 5 hours to spend on the game, because this takes a lot of calculation. And now for once, Oparin seems to be human and plays a move that's not the very best for one moment in the game.
Ooh,
he had to find f5.
Yeah, f5 would have slowed black down just enough. And the reason now is because once the white knight is captured, there's no more c5 as we showed in that other variation. That's just covered by the black bishop. And therefore, if there's no c5, the black knight doesn't get driven to passivity. The white knight cannot access the c4 square. He's just a pawn up now, Anna, Salem. And okay, if he wins this, game on. He's going to be in with a real shout in the last round. Salem needs to win both games to have any chance.
He does. All the players on 5 points need to win 2 out of 2 to have a chance to qualify to tomorrow's games, to tomorrow's knockout stage. But for Oparin, this has been a game incredibly well played by him, with the confidence, with the precision, and yet he is also a human, and he does make one small mistake, and a mistake in judgment by moving the rook back when it was attacked. It's now black who's doing better.
Mm-hmm. And we see some of our top boards. We'll be focusing mostly on the top boards in this round, since those are the ones most likely to get into the top 4. Denis Lazovic in a bit of trouble against Pranav. That's in the middle game. So many bad pieces for Denis Lazovic. Maybe we jump into that one, Anna.
I think that's a great call, and to see what went wrong. Maybe there is no time for an action replay, but there is time to assess what's the current situation, what factors make black's position better. David?
Yeah, after this bishop trade, which is pretty much guaranteed, black will block now, most likely with the queen. If the queen's come off, Anna, like the bishop on h2 is going to take an age to get back into the game. It's staring at a wall of pawns. And I guess as well, on the other side of the board, the knight in a1 is going to leap forward, but more importantly, there's outposts, there's beautiful squares for the black knights. There's a big backward pawn on c3. This looks strategically really one-sided.
It does. For all the factors that you mentioned, this is a really promising position for Pranav. He also has more time on the clock, which does matter. Pressure on the board, pressure when it comes to the time management. I think he will start putting pressure on that pawn. Rooks to c8 seems very natural. Knight coming to a4, knight coming to c4, as well as a great spot, a knight outpost.
Ooh, I really like knight a4. Just stops the white knight from jumping forward as well. Without damaging the pawn structure, at least. The king is going to look beautiful on e6, rook on c8. Everything's automatic. This actually looks like the type of position you get in a simul in like standard chess, where the opponent just puts a piece on a bad square, lower rated opponent. You just slowly positionally outplay them. Don't really have to calculate. And Denis Lazovic, it's rare to see him suffer in a position like this.
Very rare to see him suffer, and he will be suffering a lot in this game. All that's going on the queen side, and how sad it is that the h2 bishop has no say in this whole defense on the backward pawn on c3. How do you activate that bishop? How do you bring it back into the game?
I'm not sure you ever do. You might need to play knight to d2 and then f4 and hope to blow it open, but that's a very time-consuming maneuver. And yeah, Anna, I just think Denis Lazovic with 2 minutes on the clock, he already needs something really special to save this. It's just so easy for black.
Yeah, this is really tough for Denis, who will be in London for the speeches finals, but he might not be in the finals for tomorrow for the freestyle qualification spot.
Yeah, the World Championship, the Freestyle Championship takes place just after the London Speed Chess Championship. A lot of players will be going to both tournaments, Magnus, for example, but yeah, not Denis Lazovic, unless he can turn around this game. Let's zoom out, though, while he tries to find any kind of semblance of a defense. Let's go to the bird's eye view, because it does look like very important results are coming in now. A draw, that's great news for Dayak, who's on 6.5. Probably a draw is enough for him in the next round, if he has good tie breaks. Lazovic suffering, we mentioned. Anna, who do you think are the happiest players, and who are the players who are not thrilled with the way this round is developing?
We have mentioned how Denis Lazovic is in a really difficult position, and Oparin, the tournament leader, is also struggling. He started out so well, and we were praising an incredible line that he found where he traps his own knight on purpose out of the opening, but then he made one small mistake, and that was enough for his opponent Salem Saleh to take over and then get into this endgame where black's pieces are dominating. There's pressure now on the f4 pawn, and it already is troublesome as it is with the extra pawn for black. But how do you defend both the a2 and the f4 pawns? Yeah,
I don't think it's possible. The white knight as well is a bit offside. Black has the backward V, the down, the beautiful pawn chain here. Everything's defended. It's just so harmonious. And okay, he defends f4, but a2 might be dropping. I would say, Anna, this is maybe the type of position you save 20% of the time. What do you think? Is this one of those occasions? Is luck on his side apparent today?
He will try for sure, and so far it has been an incredible tournament for Oparin, so maybe this is his day. Maybe he'll find some miraculous way of saving it. It is, of course, still not quite a knockout. There's no immediate way for Salem to convert this into a full point, but it's just such a struggle. Like, what do you do as white? You will try to bring your rook into the game. You will try to create counter chances. He's pushing e4. He's trying to simplify the position further, trade more pawns, but black can also respond with d4 and just say, hey, I have a pass pawn, thank you.
Yeah, that's what they say. In a bad position, there are no good moves, and he's just got to play the type of moves that he thinks might trick Salem, or at least force him to slow down. But yeah, d4 looks very, very strong here. I wouldn't be shocked with a couple of checks as well. Looks a bit awkward for the white king. Maybe a check and then d4 a bit later. Yeah, big trouble for Oparin. Maybe we can zoom out, because it does look like some very important stuff happening elsewhere. Denis Lazovic, we mentioned, was suffering. Now he's down 2 pawns and still with a bad bishop. That's the green board. I think Pranav's almost guaranteed to win that now. Mikhalyan, we haven't mentioned him, but he's doing very well on the bottom left, the red board. And Alexander Bishop against Abdusattorov looks like it's in black's favor. Nodibek Looks like he's winning. Maybe we jump to that one.
We should definitely jump into that game. It's also crucial. Both players are fighting to win the last 2 games in order to have a chance to qualify to tomorrow's knockout stage. And for gracious goodness me, how can he try? There's so much going on the king side, and that f3 pawn, it's marching toward promotion. That's it.
That's it. Game over. There would have been a promotion, or rook to g1 check was the other killer threat with mate on the cards, and Nodebek. You can tell when he's happy. He always has this look of steely determination, and he has put himself in a good position ahead of the final round. Grishuk looks to be out of the running for the top 4.
He's out, and Nodirbek is still in with a chance. As you mentioned, if he manages to win the final round, he has a great chance to qualify to tomorrow's knockout stage. This is such a thrilling round with only one more round to go. Denis Lazavic still struggling, Oparin still struggling, while in the middle board, Yu Yangyi and Dominguez seems to be a lot more balanced and looks like just traditional chess.
Yeah, that looks like it came from some Sicilian and just really well played, cancelling each other out. Dominguez likes to keep a bit of control, but that means maybe he wins fewer games, but also loses fewer games. Here you might need to take some risk. Okay, which game to go to? Probably our top board. Let's go to Oparin again to see whether he can hold. He's still 2 pawns down, but pieces are disappearing. Maybe some chances. Denis Lazavic, I think that was almost completely hopeless. Here, Anna, I could see some counterplay potentially, maybe against the Black King, but still looks a bit far-fetched.
It does, with the extra 2 pawns, and now Black just simply improving his position little by little. The king on f6 is nicely placed, and if you were to give a check, which is happening, you can choose whether you start marching toward the center or just stay on the king side with king to f5. And this rook check is just chasing you further toward the middle of the board. What would be a chance here, you think? Like, White is trying to grab one of the pawns, trying to take on g6.
Mm-hmm. I like that one. I mean, it's not as easy as it maybe could have been for Salem. He's down to 20 seconds as well. But rook to g2 is the big question. If that clinches it, if that defends the g-pawn, and if it doesn't work for White to trade off rooks, for example, and then go and grab on g6, he's trying this now, then this is, very, very safe for Black. And if the White rook moves away, maybe he can even go after the h-pawn. But what do you think? What's the best gamble? Everything's losing for White, as we see with the eval bar. Should he trade or not?
Maybe keep the rook on the board, move it over to... No, he's not. Never mind. Maybe this is a better chance, but I just don't see how you save this. I guess because there's less material, there is the chance that you manage to grab one of the Black pawns and then sacrifice your knight for the other pawn of Black. That's the way you could save the game. That's the only way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it needs a bit of a helping hand, though. Knights are really bad against these h-pawns. So it's going to be tough to stop that one. Sack the knight for the h-pawn is a dream. And then the e-pawn as well is going to be easy to defend for Black. Might just march now. e5. Do you think the clock for Salam is going to be an issue? He's been under 20 seconds for a while now.
That could be the biggest issue, but the position seems to be easy enough to play as long as you're not stepping into any unnecessary checks or knight forks that would give up the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Like pushing e4 now could be the mistake that White needs because of the knight f6 check, attacking both pawns, and you'll capture one of them. It's not, unfortunately for Oparin, something that Salem would step into.
Yeah, that's really instructive. As you say that, Anna, just slow and steady wins the race. And he's protected everything, no more checks. And now the h-pawn moves. Now the e-pawn can move, no more checks. Slow and steady, and he's getting there, getting closer. And this is going to throw the field wide open. Oparin's not safe.
He is not. It is going to be such a tight race for the 4 qualification spots. Grigori Oparin was the only player on 6.5 points, and now already 2 players are on 6.5. Salem Saleh will have 6 if he wins this game against Oparin. It is wide open who will qualify to tomorrow's knockout stage.
Mm-hmm. It looks like 7.5 is going to be very safe after all. We were talking about that earlier in the day. How many points do you need? We said 8, you guarantee it. Nobody's going to get 8 if Oparin loses.
No, this is crazy. It really looked like you needed at least 7.5 or 8.
Oh
But-
my god!
What?
Oh my god!
What? Did we just what?
He forgot about the fork. He forgot about the fork. He hasn't even reacted.
And he knows it. Grigory Oparin saves the game from just coming back from the dead in an endgame that seemed like there's nothing else to talk about. David and I just started mentioning what the standings, the points, because there was nothing else going on. Can we just quickly show what happened, David? Because there was absolutely nothing going on until Oparin saved it, and now he's on 7 points, the sole leader. We were just talking about how the tournament is wide open.
Wow, this was the position, the final moment of intrigue. We'd just given up hope. Here I was expecting anything other than what happened. Here he tried to deflect away the white knight. He could have done the same thing, but better, by playing knight to d5. And now after the knight is captured e2, there's no way to prevent a promotion, no way to fork the king and queen once black promotes with e1 there. But he put his knight on the most unfortunate square ever, knight g6. It could just be taken, Anna. Not just that, but the h4 pawn can be taken in the process. And the knight gets back with a fork. A new queen could have been born, but this would have been over. A draw. Wow, miracle. It did happen for Oparin there.
You did ask that question, David. Can Oparin get lucky? Is it his day? He has been playing a brilliant tournament, and he did need that hint of luck. Kaisa on his side today, and he is still the sole leader of the tournament with 1 round to go. Saves the day, saves a game from a completely lost position, and we are in for the final round. The position has been determined. The first moves are already in. This is it. The last decisive round to decide, to determine who will qualify for tomorrow's knockout stage. Only the top 4 players will make it.
Game on, and look at this. Already, as early as move 2, Nodibek Abdusattorov in a must-win situation against Grigory Oparin. He's won a pawn. He's going pawn hunting. Computer says it's fine, it's level, but Anna, this is going to be a fun way to end the day.
Oh, goodness me. And for Oparin, I think he's still in the previous game and he really needs to put that behind him. But how do you? You have just finished the game where you were completely lost. You save it from in a miraculous way, and all the emotions are still with you.
Yeah, this is crazy. Just the fact that you can play e4, e5 and be down a pawn after 2 moves with black. Black's going to have to sacrifice one of these. He just has to... He has to choose how to get active. I think you're right. Oparin needs 5 minutes off to reset, but unfortunately, clocks are ticking, and he's facing an immediate attack. A scary man as well in Abdusattorov, and mistake apparently.
He doesn't react well. It was the right idea to guard the e5 pawn, but the engine was rooting for c6, and that would have opened up the bishop's diagonal to have some more compensation with the activity of the pieces, get the rook to the b file as well quickly. Now it's just a pawn up for white with a really dangerous queen on the 7th rank.
Yeah, black has to kick that queen out now. No time to go and trap it, because bishop takes knight is a threat, taking away the defender of the rook in the corner. So knight d6, but the white queen sneaks out. Bishop c4 doesn't trap it, unfortunately. The white queen is going to run, and Anna, she's stolen a very important pawn in her adventures here. This is going to be
so
looks like it's going to be a pawn advantage.
Yeah, for Nodirbek, this is a must-win situation. As you said, he needs to make it to 7 points to have a chance to qualify to tomorrow's knockout stage. Oparin might still be qualifying even if he loses, but that's just gonna leave the door wide open, and tie breaks will matter a lot.
Yeah, if he draws, he's through. 7.5 is very safe. Only 3 players can reach that number, but 7, it looks like there's going to be a huge pile-up, and Nodibek... I must admit, I wouldn't hate seeing him in the top 4. It would be quite fun. He's such an entertaining player to watch. I wouldn't mind seeing him in the World Championship either, but he does need to win this. And okay, Oparin's ridden his luck in the past, so his luck's still on his side as he strikes out with f5.
is trying to create some kind of a compensation and play actively, which is instructive. When you're down a pawn, you need to create something, even if it's out of thin air, but you're gonna try to make your opponent make mistakes too, one way or the other. I think this is a great start for Nordirbeck, of course, with the extra pawn, and he's now taking his time to make sure that he reacts correctly to the pawn push. If we do go back to the bird's eye view, David, for a moment to assess the chances of the rest of the players, as you mentioned, there aren't too many who are in as great of a situation as Oparin. Oparin is on 7 points, and only Nesterov and Deak have 6.5 each, so they are in shared second place. The rest of the field is on 6 points or less. This is a must-win situation for most of the players you see on the screen.
Exactly. And especially the top row, most likely, only the top row players there can get to 7 points. So most likely it's 4 of those 8. Maybe if there's a few draws, then it lets the players on the bottom row there, the likes of Jan Nepomniachtchi, who we haven't seen today, the likes of Bortnik, Lazovic, Sorana, Salem, only then do they get a chance to qualify if there's lots of draws on the top boards. But Anna, if we look at the top row for now, who do you think, again, is the most thrilled? Maybe other than Nodibek, with the way the opening has presented itself.
Yeah, other than Nodirbek, it does feel like it could be promising for Nesterov with that clash in the center. Both kings are still in the middle of the board, but it looks like white is the one that is in control of how will that determine the situation. We could check in with that position to start with and see is it dangerous or not. White has been expanding on the queen side, and it's just a very strange pawn structure, apart from the fact that it's connect 4, which we all know how beneficial it is.
Exactly. Good move, pawn to b4. I was confused for a second because it looks like black was about to take a pawn with check. I was like, wait, a5, b2, they were both hanging, but he solves everything at once. And yeah, it is interesting. Like, I guess white's moves are going to be quite natural, especially a knight getting to c5. d3 will always kick back this piece. White's queen is much more open than the black queen. That's another theme that we've seen a lot of today. Kind of passive queens. Maybe it just steps forward at some point, but it's going to take black an age to castle to the king side. I think white's just got a bit more space and is much more flexible.
Yeah, I like a lot white's chances, and it also feels like it's not that simple for black to even determine how do you proceed with the development, what's the right approach. Developing the knight from e8 to d6 seems like a natural move, but then what's the follow-up, and what will you do with the king? It's always a big question whether you castle and where you castle. And it's not that easy to castle kingside with the pieces where they are, and castling queenside looks like it's going to be very dangerous since white has already expanded on that side.
Yeah, white's expanded, and a7 will be hanging in a lot of lines if the black rook ever moves, if black castles. So, okay, he plays queen f7 to get the queen off the back rank. I don't think it's too scary, and he threats queen h5. Yeah, getting this bishop out now, though, is going to be a real task, a bit of an issue. I'm expecting the white knights to start moving. I'm not sure where. There's a lot of choice. But those knights can get off the back rank now. It's tough for the white queen to get off the back rank, though, for now, because of the f4 pawn. So a lot of questions for both sides. I've got to say, Nesterov has really impressed me today. Like, I've seen a lot of his kind of opening preparation. He's very tricky with his opening prep in normal chess. But even without that, he's a tough customer.
I am also impressed, and as you mentioned, opening preparation is one of his biggest thing. It felt like, but there is no opening preparation in freestyle chess, and he has been doing extremely well. So maybe it's just that he's a really strong player and also good at being creative and going with the flow with whatever the starting position is.
Exactly. This has been very creative, this game specifically. And I like his last move. If white gets one more and plays like knight f3 and gets another knight into d4, already it feels like those pieces are taking over. The knight on e8 and bishop on g8 are the problem pieces for black. So maybe we check back in later, Anna?
Yeah, let's do that.
Mm-hmm. Wow, look at that eval bar on board 1. Nodibek, what a dream start to the final round for him.
Can we check back with that game? It's such a crucial one for the qualification. Oparin being the sole leader, but he's in trouble against Nodirbek Abdusatorov, who is in a must-win situation if he wants a chance to qualify to tomorrow's knockout stage of the playing tournament.
Oh, Oparin's probably just praying that all of his previous opponents score heavily in the final rounds to boost his tiebreak, because he's going to be caught by a bunch of players. And I mean, he just never recovered, I think, Anna, from losing that pawn on b7. It just disappeared very early, and it just looks like a normal position.
He saved half a point with his previous game, but he was still in that game at the start of this round, which is never a good situation, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the thing. The top players, they have to roll with the punches, and you have to reset so quickly in modern chess. But it was brutal. He had literally 2-second break and back in. And okay, these knights, they do look like they're hanging by a thread. A5 doesn't win them because the knight takes A5. But Anna, it does feel like, yes, he's getting his bishop out, but the damage has been done.
The damage has been done, and what can you do to create chances? It feels like that white will further expand on the queen side. I like the idea of chasing the c4 knight away. I don't like how active it is, so I'm looking at moves like b3 and then b4, although that will allow the knight back. But some kind of a combination of making sure that black has less activity, just push those pieces back at some point.
Exactly. Like sooner or later, those pieces will retreat. Any endgame, white is just winning with the extra pawn. Black with weaknesses. Yeah, it's not obvious the first step, the move, but he's got 2 minutes extra on the clock. He's got 1 pawn extra. Nodirbek will be kicking himself if he doesn't convert this. Apparently, probably needs a miracle of similar proportions to the previous game if he's going to hold this game. Drops his queen back, breaking the pin, threatening some knight jumps.
Seems like a very natural move, and then the queen can also head over to the king side via the g3 square, for instance, at the right moment. Bishop to d6 offering a bishop trade makes sense to connect the rooks and try to eliminate this dangerous piece on c5. Get a hold of the c5 square so that the white knight cannot land there too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now Nodirbek has to decide what to do. Like positionally, maybe it's quite nice to play like b4 at some point, put a knight on c5, put a pawn on a5, and just clamp down on that whole side, that whole flank. The queen side is white's, but there might be some tactics in the air. I don't see it immediately, Anna, but it does feel like there's some knight jumps, maybe. Like knight to d2, or... maybe... Yeah, I don't see a way to win immediately. Whoops, my arrows. Knight d2, knight h4, there's some tempting knight jumps.
He goes for b4, which is also logical to strengthen the spot that he has for his minor pieces on c5. Not chasing the c4 knight away, but that at the end of the day will be a target. a5 gets a bit of a question mark from the computer. I wonder if there's anything concrete that black missed, or is just the principle that, oh, there is a very concrete line. David, take it away.
Oh, that's very concrete. It's a discovered attack against the black queen. The reason this didn't work on the last move was because after bishop takes bishop, the white knight would have had to take. That is a check. Bishop takes c5. The white knight would have had to take, and the black queen could have captured on e5 safely. But now that b4 covers the c5 square, that was a simple win of a pawn, and now a win of a queen. He's up a queen for a rook and a minor piece. He's also got 2 extra pawns, Nodirbek. Anna, this is so decisive, this material advantage. But, okay, at least the black pieces are active for now.
At least there's that. So Oparin went for giving up his queen immediately. As soon as he realized that he blundered, he chose to go for this as the most practical decision. Give up the queen for a rook and a piece. Bishop d4 makes so much sense to trade that bishop. No longer there will be a pair of bishops for black, and the knight can jump to c5. This is such a painful position, such a sad story for Oparin, who probably still will qualify, even if he loses. But as you said, his tiebreak points will matter if the other players also make it to 7 points.
Yeah, imagine if he ends up joint first with like 6 others, and then somehow by By, again, a dice roll of the gods, he ends up outside the top 4 after leading the whole way. That would be
That would feel
brutal.
unfair. That would feel so crushing if you don't have the tiebreak scores after having led the tournament.
Yeah, but let's jump over Anna, because I see another board, Nesterov against Tabatabai. There's just been a bone-crunching tactic from Nesterov, and Queen's coming off the board. White is now winning. White has got 2 extra pawns, but I just want to take us back to a brilliant move. It was here. It actually started 1 move earlier. He played A6 Nesterov with the white pieces. We were here earlier. That's really clever. He opened up this diagonal, and now, boom, knight takes E6. Brilliant. And
What a move. Opening up the long diagonal with that pawn push to then force this variation where both the queen and the rook are hanging. That's a really instructive tactical pattern, and that led to the position being winning for Nesterov. If he wins, he's going to be on 7.5 and qualifies for sure. He's one of the few players on 6.5. And this is just an incredible game. He has just won.
No, Anna.
Wait,
no,
what?
This is
He didn't win.
heartbreaking.
What? Wait. What?
He meant to.
I thought
He
it's
meant to castle queenside. No,
What?
Nesterov. He meant to castle
No.
queenside. If he'd castled queenside, he just wins. He's winning this position. Like, black can struggle on with king e7, but he takes the bishop. He's up a pawn and about to win. He tried. He mouse slipped. He went king c1.
No. He mouse slipped castling. He mouse slipped not castling. From castling to not castling.
Oh my gosh. That's the thing. Online, you have
In
to.
a completely winning position.
You have to drag your king onto your rook, or touch the king, touch the rook. He just put his king on c1, and he lost a piece and resigned.
In a completely winning position where we said he's qualifying for sure.
Nesterov, I jinxed it. I was showing his brilliant tactic, and that was harsh. That is the brutality of online chess. Avdu Satarov's won in the meantime. He moves to 7. Tabatabai, if he makes it through, he needs to be sharing some of his prize money with Nesterov. That is
Goodness me.
wild.
What a heartbreak for Nesterov, who was so close to getting 7.5 points. He would have been the winner of today's Swiss stage if he had not mouse slipped his castling.
Oof. And I think Nesterov is out. Pranav or Deak will leapfrog him now. And that means that the field again wide open. Let's check out this game. It looks like one of these two, most likely Pranav right now, could be the beneficiary again of that slip from Nesterov. And I'm trying to do a
still
quick count.
cannot believe it. I still cannot. I was calling the result because that was the only result that makes sense. Oh, gosh.
The thing is, he's probably castled in freestyle chess multiple times today, and he's done it correctly. Touched the king onto the rook, and the castles happens. And that was the winning move. That was the best move. But maybe it was just a mind fart. I don't know what it was. But that's tough. So tough. In the meantime, Pranav, pawn up against Deak. Also 5 minutes up against 5 seconds. Should be winning this.
And it's the same story for Deak. He was doing really well with the draw. He possibly was qualifying, but if he loses, he's going to be leapfrogged by a lot of players.
Oh dear. Our heart breaks, right, when we see that. Like, I think everyone, maybe other than Tabatabai, who was the one who profited, we don't want to see things ended in that way, especially the final round of a tournament with so much on the line. But that's how it goes sometimes. Hopefully, karma will help him out sometime. And look at this checkmate! That's
Beautiful knight sacrifice, and it's forcing checkmate with rook g3, and then it is checkmate once the king moves to h8 and queen f6, queen g7. Pranav with the win. Bogdan Deak is also out of the qualification. What a heartbreak for the two players that were doing well and sharing second place round going into this final round.
Oh, and look at Nodibek. He's trying to do the calculations. He's trying to work out the equations to see if he's through. It does look like he's very likely to be. Dominguez Perez now against Mikhailian on the top right board, the purple board. Those are the only other players who can get to 7 points. Oparin still at his computer screen as well, desperately trying to work out what happens. They're probably praying that this is a draw so that tie breaks don't matter. There's 4 players, Anna, all on 7 points. We see the standings there.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, this is the only game that will have some say about that. Can there be a 5th player sharing the first place on 7 points? Dominguez and Mikhailian both are 1 point away from it. Must-win situation for both of them. F6 gets an exclamation mark, a powerful move by Dominguez. And it's met with bishop c6. The pawn on d7 was hanging, and it's not just the pawn, but the rook and the king. So you had to defend the pawn. Couldn't take the pawn on f6.
Yeah, white is currently 2 pawns up, but there is some pressure. White's king on the back rank is vulnerable, on the diagonal is vulnerable. G2's especially weak. But yeah, 2 pawns is a lot of material. I'm wondering whether white has time to push this pawn forward. That's kind of the first, there we go, most obvious move. And what next? He would love to clear the f-file, but the blue arrow gives us a helping hand, Anna. Knight e4. Do you think that's an easy one to find?
He has just played it, so let's say it was easy.
It was extremely tough, but he still found it.
It's logical, attacking the queen and heading toward d6. What a spot for the knight.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, heading towards d6. Now rook takes f7 is the key question. There are some back rank tricks there. Knight to d6 check looks like it works, but it doesn't after bishop takes and some nasty queen check business. So knight d6 is a bit of a blunder. Queen d3, only move. Whoa.
Oh,
that is not
okay.
obvious.
No, it's not obvious at all when the whole point was this knight d6 idea.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if he finds that. Like g3 is screaming out to be played as well. Why not g3? What happens there? Like that's, to my eyes, the most obvious. You're trying to make use of a pin on the f-file. He won't blunder with knight to d6. And there we go. g3 was the most obvious, but this is, oh, that's so cunning. Check, we'll hit the knight. What a
strong move. And Mikhailian is back in the game. This has been so difficult. The Dominguez finding some really powerful and strong moves, but Mikhailian defending as best as he could, and now the game is back on track. It's about level. It's still anyone's game. Both of these players are in must-win situation to try to qualify.
Oh, that's not good news for Dominguez. He needed to somehow dodge this. He's coming onto heavy fire. Bishop b6. Wait, suddenly black's the one on the attack. Oh, he doesn't find it.
He plays bishop e5 instead. The nerves, the time pressure, both of them are down to just their final seconds.
Oh, there's going to be so many more mutual mistakes. This is such a tough position to navigate. Normally, I pick the queen and knight every time, Anna, but here it looks like the queen and bishop are so strong.
Very strong in this case, and there's weaknesses on the dark squares, including this g3 pawn that's been targeted. Now queen c1 pins the knight, attacks the c3 pawn.
Mm-hmm. You can take c3. There we go. He could have taken g3 as well if he wanted to be flashy. Now it is pure knight versus bishop, and is it going to be a good knight versus bad bishop scenario? The white knight on d5. Black's bishop quite strong though as well. Ultimately, it does look like the most likely result is a draw, which suits neither of them.
Yeah, with a draw, both of them are out, so I think they would rather do anything but a draw.
Oh, it's a fortress. Dominguez is holding. It's very passive, but the white knight holds the entry points, so the black king cannot advance. And yeah, it looks like this is just very balanced now. Neither side can really take a realistic risk. Oh, it's just so many amazing storylines in these events, Anna, like breakthrough results from players, but also heartbreak. So close for so many.
If this is a draw, which seems to be the case, that is a relief for the players on 7 points because no one else can catch them anymore. Abdusattorov, Pranav, Oparin, and Tabatabai will be the 4 players that make it to tomorrow's knockout stage. There's only one qualification spot for the Freestyle World Championship that is on the line, and 4 players will be fighting for it tomorrow. This is a draw. It's official. We have our qualified players, but there's still a few more games going, including the game of Nodirbek Yakuboyev, who almost qualified to the candidates tournament. He has had a really good year in classical chess, and he's trying here. No more qualification spots here for tomorrow's knockout stage, but still, of course, it feels good to finish a tournament with a win, isn't it? Important, David, just for the moral, just for your soul.
Exactly, especially at the beginning of a year when you're not sure how you're going to be playing. 2026, is it going to be another great breakthrough for Nodirbek Yakuboyev? Here, it's been a tough tournament. He's been struggling a bit. We saw one of his earlier games with turnaround against an English international master. Here, the question is whether he's winning. The pawns are split. He's 2 pawns up. Table base says yes, black is winning. A win, at least he'll get over 50%. He'll get to 5 out of 9. I guess it helps here, Anna, that the pawn promotes on a light square, the same color as black's bishop.
Very important detail, so that even if the white bishop manages to sacrifice itself for the d pawn, it's still a winning position.
Mm-hmm. And the other key is you always want 3 files between the passed pawns. That's just the ideal distance, meaning that the white king cannot stop both. If it's just 2 files apart or 1 file apart, the king can stop both pawns. There's 3 files between the d and h pawns here. So black can already start pushing. The bishop is poisoned. The black pawn would run past h2, h1. Yeah, this is good technique so far from Yakuboyev. Got to move his bishop first. Now it is attacked, and soon he'll start pushing the pawn. And there we go, resignation. He gets the win to end the tournament.
And the tournament on a high note. There's one final game. Demchenko against Beglar Jabava is our final game of today's play. And before we sum up the standings, see what's going to happen tomorrow. But this is a king and pawn game that should be a draw. It is leading to a stalemate now with king to g6. David, what a tournament this has been. We gotta show the standings and how we got here. Grigory Oparin was leading the tournament heading into this final round, but almost got knocked out of the qualification spot because he lost his last game against Abdusattorov. And Deak, as well as Nestorov, started this final round with 6.5 points, and they both lost. Probably the most heartbreaking moment of the entire tournament today was when Nestorov mouse-slipped his castling, which would have led to a winning position, and instead he hung a piece by not castling properly and lost this final crucial game.
Exactly. So many twists and turns for what was quite a short sprint of the 9 rounds. But congratulations to those top 4 players. Hopefully Nestorov bounces back with some great results at some point in the near future. But that leads us onto the knockout stage now, Anna. The final 4, the Fantastic 4. Who do you think is going to make it to the World Championship of Freestyle Chess?
Oh, this is going to be so much fun. This is all happening tomorrow, the semifinals and the final. David and I will be here to cover it. But when it comes to the chances and the predictions, I thought Nodirbek Abdusattorov was one of the top favorites heading into the tournament today. But Grigory Oparin was dominating the field all the way until the final round. So this is going to be a really tricky one, and you cannot write off players like Pranav and Tabatabai. I feel like all 4 players have a very fair chance to qualify, but only one of these 4 players will be happy because there's only 1 spot left in the Freestyle World Chess Championship happening next month in Weisenhausen, Germany. David, what are your final thoughts on what we have seen today, and what are you expecting for tomorrow?
Well, as always, I need a bit of time to catch my breath. That was crazy action, non-stop. A lot of fun, though, to team up with you, Anna, and follow all the action.
Always. Connect 4. I'm Team Connect 4 now.
Exactly, me too. I'm anti-queens in the corner, but pro pawn chains.
Yeah, pawn chain's good, queen in the corner bad. Gotta activate the queen early, don't mouse slip it when castling. So many takeaways from today.
Yeah, we saw some real mouse slips today. I think tomorrow is going to be really, really close, though. I think it's going to be a nail biter, maybe decided by some time scrambles, maybe some last minute blunders. I think it is that close. As you said, the final four. I think Abdus Sattorov's a small favorite, but anyone else is still capable.
Anyone else is still capable indeed, and it's going to be a slightly longer time control for tomorrow, so we will be back with a different format, different time control, but same time, same place. So make sure to be here tomorrow at the same time and same place, because we will figure out tomorrow in the knockout stage who will be among the 4 really strong grandmasters to make it to that one final spot for the Freestyle World Chess Championship happening next month in Weissenhaus. Thank you so much for tuning in, David, and the whole team behind the production. This has been such a feat to cover, and I cannot wait for tomorrow's action.